पार्टिसिपंट सरांना पण लागले हे इथनं केलं पाहिजे मी भार्गव साहेब का पण आहे पाहिजे मग तेच कन्फ्युजन होते हा तर ते काय पोस्ट नाही सर तिकडे सर पोस्ट झाला हॅलो हॅलो सर आवाज येतोय का राऊत सर
संदीप सर
हा येतो ना आवाज
हा आवाज येतोय अनम्यूट केला तुम्हाला आता जस्ट
ओके ओके
म्यूट ऑल केला ना मी सर्वांना
हा हा हा
त्याच्यामुळे
ओके नो प्रॉब्लेम
ओके नो प्रॉब्लेम आवाज पण येतोय व्हिडिओ पण येतोय काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही
ओके ओके म्यूट करतो फक्त मी इकडं आमचा मी अनम्यूट करतो ज्याला राणी साहेबांचा असेल ना त्याला अनम्यूट करतो आम्ही
ओके ओके
ओके
हे बघ आहे काय अनम्यूट झाला की जेव्हा राणे साहेब येतील त्यावेळेला मला एक तर कॉल कर एक तर व्हिडिओ समोर
निकुम सर अनम्यूट करा तुम्हाला म्यूट करा सर तुम्हाला
हो सर
आवाज येतो इकडे ठीक आहे
निकुम सर चौधरी सरांचा व्हिडिओ चालू करा चौधरी सरांचा
येस
म्हणजे इथं मोठं दिसतंय कॉम्प्युटरवरती लावलंय ते सरांच्या पीसी वरती लावलंय पीसी आणि मोबाईल दोघं जोडलेले पीसी आणि मोबाईल दोन्ही जोडले आहे चौधरी सरांचं जे नाव आहे ना ते PC ला लावले सरांच्या कॉम्प्युटरला. त्याचा व्हिडिओ ऑन करा, इकडनं होत नाही ऑन. आणि म्यूट नाही, व्हिडिओ ऑन होत नाही. आज टू स्टार्ट व्हिडिओ. ओके ओके नो प्रॉब्लेम.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Patil sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
उमेश हो बंद करून रेंजचा प्रॉब्लेम. कितीला सुरू होणार 10 मिनिटात किती वाजता सगळे जॉईन झालेले. आपले मुख्य म्हणजे हे पहिले जॉईन बैठक नाही. वेलकम ऍड्रेस हे तीन झाले. तिघं पण हा सुरू व्हायला. So I have to look here. पेपर इथं खाली धरायला पाहिजे. हा माहिती आहे ना. हा कॅमेरा ओके. जो आहे तो ऍक्च्युअली इथून लाईव्ह आहे. मधी बसू.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
जा जा.
हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग मॅम. आवाज येतो ना. हेलो
त्यांचा आवाज येतो.
गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग मॅम.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
नाही. हेलो निगम सर. हेलो निगम सर. गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. निकम सर. हेलो
हेलो निकम सर.
हाँ ये मैडम सर.
निकम सर
You are audible. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, sir. Sir.
Hello,
Okay.
Nikam sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, we can start.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
sir. We can start.
Quoted. Sir, quoted participants have joined this meeting. Hello.
Hello, Nikam sir. 48 participants are joined to our
Yes.
workshop, sir.
Okay, we
Can
can
we
start
start
now.
now?
We can start now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, okay, sir.
तसा खुर्ची नाही.
Good morning. It is a moment of extreme pleasure to welcome all dignitaries, respected resource persons, and all the participants who have joined this one-day online workshop on revised syllabi of MA English program organized by SZSP Mandals, Sri Pancham Khemraj Mahavidyalaya, Sawantwadi, PG Department of English and IQSC in collaboration with the Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai. I would like to request to Dr. Mrs. Pragati Naik, Organizing Secretary of the workshop and Head Department of English, for the introduction.
Good morning, honorable dignitaries, President of the inaugural function, and Chairman of Sindhudurga Jilla Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Sawantwadi, Her Highness Rani Sahib Srimanta Sau Shubhada Devi Khemsawan Bhosle, Honorable Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, Honorable Members of Board of Studies in English, Honorable Resource Persons, Honorable Principal, Dr. D.L. Bharmal, IQC Coordinator, Dr. B.N. Hiramani, distinguished participants and invitees. It is said that the aim of education is the knowledge, not of fact, but of values. We value our intellectual capital and nurture it through a perfect blend of the traditional as well as contemporary ways and means for the comprehensive development of the student's personality, who can significantly contribute to the value creation process. We all are aware of it, and our Department of English has consistently striven to provide quality education to our students. Our department introduced the PG course in the year 2010. This served as a golden opportunity for the students in the remote areas who aspire to pursue post-graduation in English. From the date of its establishment, we have always worked to expand the horizons of the English department and provide the best education to the students. We arrange various different activities for the students like workshops, seminars, and conferences, which help to enhance their knowledge and make them aware of the numerous future possibilities. These activities help them in gaining deeper insights of literature through the knowledge of the resource persons. The organization of guest lectures also proved beneficial for students who wish to pursue higher studies like research or exams like NET/SET. As most of the students from our college come from nearby small villages with limited resources, but our department has provided them a strong platform to attain knowledge and make their dreams of bright future come true by pursuing higher education. I want to mention that the student strength of our PG department is near about 30 to 35 students in average, and average result percentage is 85 to 100%. Today's a one-day online workshop on revised syllabi of MA English program, SEM 1 and SEM 2, CBCS, is organized by our PG Department of English and IQAC in collaboration with the Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai. We all know a syllabus is a kind of instructive tool that sets standards of what is expected to happen during the complete course. It serves as structure and a guideline for the students and the teachers. So it is very important to change the syllabus time to time to be with the changing time and need to update the knowledge of student as well as teacher. Considering the significant impact of syllabus, this workshop is organized. We received support and encouragement from Honorable President of our institute, His Highness Raja Sahib Srimanta Khemsawan Bhosle, Honorable Chairman of our institute, Her Highness Rani Sahib Srimanta Sau Shubhada Devi Bhosle, Honorable Chairperson of our Board of Studies in English, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, and our Principal, Honorable Dr. D.L. Bharmal sir, for the organization of this workshop. We are grateful to all of them for giving us an opportunity to conduct this workshop. Dr. Deepa Mishra, Dr. Seema Sharma, Dr. Pramod Patil, Dr. Sachin Lavre, Dr. Hemangi Bhagwat, Dr. Kishan Pawar, and Dr. Sushila Vidyakumar are the resource persons. I hope this workshop will prove to be beneficial and give you a concrete idea about the revised syllabi of MA English program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a moment of pleasure to welcome all dignitaries who are present here to attend this workshop. So I would like to request Dr. D.L. Bharmal sir, Principal and Convener of the workshop, for welcome address.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I welcome Honorable Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, Honorable Members, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, resource persons, and dear participants for a one-day online workshop on the revised syllabi of MA English program, semester 1 and 2. Our college is multi-faculty college and started in the year 1961 and awarded A grade by NAC in May 2019. College has enumerated phenomenal growth in academics, research, cultural and sports activities, and has glorious past and illuminating present. Presently, college is catering education to more than 3,000 undergraduate and postgraduate students. The institution owns outstanding progress through our dedicated management, committed teaching and non-teaching staff. Within an intensely competitive environment, the college has adopted the dynamic, global, high-quality environment through creating creative and communicative approach in education as well as research and development. Keeping versed with modern development, institution is constantly reinventing itself and renovating its physical infrastructure, research, and educational facilities. The revised syllabus is designed to make the students able to understand new trends in literary fields. It covers important literary areas of English literature. It touches all important aspects of literature. This is a student-centered syllabus, which definitely helps them to gain the most valuable knowledge for their future studies, especially in the field of research. It provides a roadmap for the semester exams as well as for the future exams like competitive, NET, and SET. Syllabus contains text as well as contest related to the particular text, which helps the students to get the deeper insight of that particular literature. It helps the teachers to assess the students as well as build their moral character through the literary text. I hope this revised syllabus will be highly beneficial for the students of literature. Thank you. Best wishes.
Thanks a lot, sir. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce the Chairperson Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir. He is a member of Academic Council, University of Mumbai, member of Research and Recognition Committee in English, University of Mumbai, presently teaching at the Postgraduate Department of English, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Mumbai. He has supervised many PhD theses and adjunct PhD theses of 31 universities. As a chairperson, BOS in English, he has introduced many career-oriented courses, certificate courses, master degree programs. He is working as an editor, advisor for many international and national journals, also presented many research papers. He is well known for his work in the field of research. So I would like to call Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, to enlighten us with his words of true wisdom.
Thank you, Professor Uday. Let me express my deep sense of gratitude to the management and administration of Sindhudurga Jilla Shikshan Prasarak Mandals, Sri Pancham Hemraj Mahavidyalaya, Sawantwadi, for organizing one-day online workshop on the revised syllabus of MA English program, Part 1, Semester 1 and 2. Without thought it more wise to organize the BOS workshop in a remote place like Sawantwadi, which is far away from Mumbai. So it was a positive gesture from the Board of Studies in English of University of Mumbai to give an opportunity to some college which stands from at a long distance from the headquarters of the University of Mumbai, and I thank the administration and the management. Her Highness Rani Sahib Shrimant Sau Shubhda Devi Khem Sawant Bhosle Madam, Chairman of Sindhudurga Jilla Shikshan Prasarak Mandal. My colleague in the Academic Council, Dr. D.L. Bharmal sir, Principal, Pancham Hemraj Mahavidyalaya Sawantwadi, as well as Chairperson of the Board of Studies in Zoology of University of Mumbai. Our friends, Dr. Pragati Naik Madam, Dr. Pragati Naik Madam, Head Department of English and Organizing Secretary of the workshop. Dr. B.N. Hiramani, who is IQS coordinator of the college, and Mr. Uday Raul, faculty in the Department of English. So I welcome on behalf of the Board of Studies in English to all the members present over here. So let me begin my interaction with you by thanking the university authorities for giving us an opportunity to revise the syllabus of Part 1. I thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Associate Deans, and all the administration of University of Mumbai for giving us an opportunity. So friends, the way we began for the revision of the syllabus of MA Part 1 is a very long journey. We started planning for the revision of MA Part 1 right in March 2020 when I took charge as a chairperson, and all our BOS members were very much active or an
Sir, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Sudhir sir, unmute yourself, please.
I'm extremely sorry. I had to leave the meeting due to some network issue at my place. So all the BOS members were highly involved in designing the curriculum. I thank the conveners who took initiative to lead their team, as well as the subcommittee members who had taken painstaking efforts in making the syllabus materialized. So friends, this syllabus of MA Part 1 is designed to meet the standards of masters offered in national and international universities of repute. If you just go through the draft of the syllabus, you will definitely realize the standard it has tried to maintain. Our next effort was to make the syllabus of MA in English at par with the NET and SET examination. Not just NET and SET examination, but at par with the UPSC and MPSC syllabus, because many of the students who complete their MA from University of Mumbai, they aspire to appear for competitive examinations such as UPSC and MPSC, and that is why we have created the syllabus in such a way by making some innovations like section A and section B, which in technical session or plenary sessions, all the resource person will be throwing some light on it. I won't go much into it, but definitely after the workshop gets over, you will realize how it is different. Our aim basically is to generate an interest in language and literature. So the texts that are prescribed in the syllabus are designed or are introduced in such a way that the syllabus should not be heavy at all for the students, as well as there should not be any compromise in the quality of the text and the syllabus. So we have tried to maintain a balance between the student-centric approach as well as the quality that has to be maintained at national and international level, because we are aware that the students who complete their degrees from University of Mumbai, they join various positions across the state or beyond the state in other states, as well as across the beyond the nation. And that is why we have taken sincere efforts in drafting the syllabus in such a way. So our effort is to create spirit of inquiry. It's not just about reading of texts or understanding the trends or understanding the recent developments in literature, but apart from that, students are expected to develop spirit of inquiry, analytical and creative faculties. So this is an ultimate object of the Board of Studies in English in drafting the syllabus of MA Part 1. So the program basically begins with core papers. In MA Part 1, we have total 8 core papers. And gradually, however, as the semester progresses or new areas are being introduced in MA Part 1, Semester 3 and Semester 4. These are introduced in Semester 3 and 4. So the syllabus is not just designed to accommodate the recent development in the field of higher education in general, but also in the subject in particular. It aims to develop human resources. So ultimately, being teachers or being the members of the board of studies or being the members of syllabus subcommittees, our aim is to develop human resources who join various fields. So now gone are the days when we used to think that our students would be joining only teaching field. It's not about MA English is not only about teaching field, but apart from teaching field, they have ample opportunities in future. So we have tried to inculcate the research culture among students. So the assignments, the projects that are being introduced in the syllabus are introduced in such a way that the students should develop a culture of research. So when the students will join MPhil or PhD degrees, they won't have to take much trouble while pursuing the research. So after successful completing the program, the learner can enter a research field by applying for PhD program, or there are many avenues like copywriter, editor, proofreader, content writer, or even recently the developed fields like campaign manager, speech writer in government departments. So all these areas are open for the students. And let me take a pride in saying that there is an increasing demand for higher education, especially in the field of English literature. So students may join media and journalism, publishing industry, author, scriptwriter, uh, advertisement manager, English literature counselor. This is something new. MNCs, BPOs, KPOs, theater, and entertainment. So there are ample opportunities if the students are sincere and if they get very good teachers, committed teachers, then definitely the future of the students who pursue MA in English is really bright. So we have tried to strengthen knowledge and theoretical understanding of the relationship between literature, culture, and modern media. So simultaneously, what we are doing now, the syllabus of MA Part 1 is with you. We have started to design the syllabus of MA Part 2, MA Part 2, right in the month of January. So by this month end, it is expected that the final draft of MA Part 1, Semester 3 and Semester 4 will be ready, and all the committee members are working sincerely. So which are the new things that we have introduced in MA program? So for the first time, the paper on non-fictional prose from Bacon to the present has been introduced. So prose paper earlier was nowhere introduced in any universities. However, since NET examination syllabus contains the prose pattern or prose contents, and that is why we have tried to even maintain the nomenclatures of the paper just like NET and SET examination. So the innovative papers like European literature in English translation, or new Englishes, or world literature today, pandemic literature, which we are going through. I had been as a chief guest in there are some continuous phone calls, and that is why I am kept on mute sometimes. Okay, so I had been as a chief guest at Acharya Marathi College, Chembur, where the international conference was being held on pandemics. So there I had given a promise that definitely the Board of Studies in English will introduced such a paper which deals with pandemics. So in MA Part 2, we have also introduced pandemic literature paper. Apart from that, we have also introduced new things like mythology and literature. And since most of the students of MA in English have to keep themselves ready for the technological world that is that has created so many challenges, and that is why we have also introduced the paper on e-content and instructional design in English. So apart from that, the new areas like adaptation studies, environmental studies also are being introduced by the Board of Studies in English in MA Part 2. So Mr. Uday has also, while giving my introduction, mentioned that we have introduced some certificate courses and diploma courses. Now, certificate courses are almost ready for you. The colleges can take its affiliation by applying to the affiliation section and conduct the certificate courses in their college. So there are some unique diploma courses that have been introduced by the Board of Studies in English of University of Mumbai. Some of them are diploma in corporate English, digital humanities, English for freelancers, English for hospitality and tourism, English language teaching to young learners, soft skill development, journalistic writing, legal translation, international English language proficiency, media literacy, and content writing. So I'm sure these diploma courses will be very soon available for the colleges to get an affiliation from the University of Mumbai, and these will be of great benefit to not just the teaching faculty but also the students. So I now conclude my interaction with you, and once again thank the college authority for organizing such a wonderful workshop, which will be fruitful uh, as far as the teaching, interaction, and research of the teachers with the students is concerned. I'm sure all the teaching fraternity of English will enjoy the syllabus. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Over to Mr. Uday.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Her Highness Rani Sahib Srimant Sau Shubhada Devi Khem Samant Bhosle, Chairman, Sindhudurga Jilla Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Sawantwadi, and President of inaugural function of the workshop for the presidential address.
Good morning to all the dignitaries, the chairperson, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, all the BOS members, resource persons, and all the participants in this one-day online workshop on the revised syllabus of MA English program. The syllabus is a course planning tool. It helps the professor prepare and organize this. It functions as a contract between the professor and their students. This revised syllabus for the students of literature will equip them to face the challenges of competitive examination such as NET, SET, UPSC, MPSC, among others, and compete at an international level to take new challenges through projects and other avenues. Its aim is to let the students understand the basic concepts with advanced knowledge. This syllabus would not only meet the global standards in reputed universities, but also be a trendsetter. A good plan of action helps to achieve the aim perfectly and within the time limit. This revised syllabus is also like a plan of action by which students will achieve a great success. Just as we have a plan for a building to be constructed, similarly, we have a syllabus for a course to start with. A syllabus is comprehensive and a vital document, not just a list of topics and books. I hope this revised syllabus will enhance the knowledge of students and they can get the ability to face the challenges in the tomorrow's world. Thanking you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request to Dr. B.N. Hiramani, sir, the coordinator of IQAC and coordinator of this workshop, for vote of thanks for this inaugural function.
Good morning to everyone. Myself is Dr. B.N. Hiramani. I'm here to present my sincere vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, participants who have joined and participated this one-day workshop on revised syllabi of MA English program, semester 1 and 2. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Rani Sahib, so Shubhadevi K.M. Bhosle, the chairman, Sindhudurg Jilla Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Sawantwadi, who has presided over this inaugural function of one-day workshop. Next, on behalf of our college and PG Department of English, I am very much thankful to Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir, the chairperson, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, that he has given this big opportunity to our college to organize and conduct this one-day workshop. I also thank all the members of Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai. I thank all the learned and most experienced resource persons who are going to present their presentations on syllabi and who have a big contribution in actual framing of this syllabi. The resource persons are Dr. Deepa Mishra from S.P.K.M College, Ulhasnagar, Dr. Seema Sharma, Department of English, Jain College, Mumbai, Dr. Pramod Patil, Department of English, SES and GPC College, Shivde, Kalyan, Dr. Sachin Labde, Department of English, University of Mumbai, Santa Cruz, Dr. Hemangi Bhagwat, KJ Somaya College of Science and Commerce, Mumbai, Dr. Kishan Pawar from MD College, Mumbai, Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar from Thakurli College, Thane District. I am very much thankful to these all resource persons who will participate and guide in the next session. Next, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Bharmal sir, who has been always a big support in such activities. I thank all the teacher participants from various colleges affiliated to University of Mumbai and who are actually working at postgraduate level. I thank Dr. Nikam sir for his technical assistance from last 3-4 days from our college. Once again, I thank all the dignitaries, resource persons, participants, and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, I welcome to all dignitaries, resource persons, and participants in the second session of this workshop. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Deepa Mishra, resource person and convener of paper number 1st, English Poetry from Chaucer to the Present. She is working as an associate professor, Department of English, Srimati S.P.K.M College, Ulhasnagar, and presently working as a member of Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai. I request to Dr. Deepa Mishra ma'am to present her paper and views.
Thank you, sir. So I just need permission to share my PPT. Good morning to everyone, honorable dignitaries and my dear colleagues. On behalf of the syllabus subcommittee of the Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the orientation of the revised syllabus titled English Poetry from Chaucer to the Present. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present the revised syllabus before you. I will start with a few introductory words about the revised syllabus. The revised syllabus, as Dr. Nikam has already pointed out, introduces two major changes. First, in the revised syllabus, the course title English Poetry from Chaucer to the Present has been assigned a prominent place in the course structure by making it a compulsory core paper, which was earlier an elective paper. Second, there is a change in the structure within the syllabus to cater to the needs of postgraduate students who wish to prepare for competitive examinations like NET, SET, and other competitive examination of UPSC. To help the students to have a thorough knowledge in the development of English poetry, we have tried to make it as comprehensive as possible by dividing the syllabus into two sections, Section A and Section B. We will discuss the rationale of dividing the syllabus into two sections in a detailed manner little later. As literature is a fluid discipline, it cannot be approached through stratification, whether it is a long narrative poem, an epic, a mock epic, or a short poem, all requires different kinds and degrees of attention. Therefore, a brief introduction and notes are provided at the beginning of the course to make it self-explanatory. Now, let us have a look at the syllabus. The course, English Poetry from Chaucer to the Present, as the title suggests, aims to familiarize the students with the development of English poetry from Chaucer to the present. It offers a thorough introduction to the essential genres of poetry, trends and movements, different poets across major periods in literary history, ranging from the late medieval to the present times. Through extensive reading and writing, the course would develop in students an ability to place the literary texts in their wider intellectual and historical context. As the preamble suggests, the fundamental objectives of this course is to prepare students for independent study and to help them appreciate poetry on their own, not just the prescribed poets and their works, but any poetic work. Therefore, the emphasis is on self-study in Section A, where the students are expected to do the background study and survey of literature of each period on their own. Section B is intended to acquaint them with the techniques of analysis and interpretation so that they are equipped to do independent study. The specific course objectives are to provide a comprehensive view of the poetic tradition from Chaucer to the present day, to familiarize students with the forms, genres, movements, as well as the respective representative poets of each age, to enable them to identify and to analyze a literary text in its historical, socio-cultural, political, and intellectual context. The topics and the texts selected in each section are in line with these objectives to achieve the overall course outcome. By the end of the course, the learners will be able to demonstrate their knowledge about the style of writing of poets that prevailed during the particular age which they represent, engage critically with a range of poets writing, and would be able to analyze and interpret poetry in a wider context, enhance sensitivity towards life, contextualize the text, and develop an appreciation of other cultures and ways of life. The expected course outcomes can be achieved through continuous evaluation methods adopted by the departments or respective teachers, and through the assignment, presentation, viva, and written test prescribed by the university. Now, let us discuss the rationale of dividing the syllabus into two sections in more detail. Teachers are expected to refer to section A as a context while teaching text in section B. Section A of each unit is to be used for assignments and students' self-study only. Students may take the guidance of teachers as and when required. Separate questions based on section A are not to be asked in the semester end examination. Internal tests and semester end examinations should be based on section B of each unit, which is prescribed for detailed study. And students' answer must reveal sufficient knowledge of the historical, socio-cultural, and literary movements, schools of thoughts, isms, genres, etc. of the age, prescribed text, and that of the author. Please note that section A is not to be taught in the class. It aims at self-study on the part of the students with the assistance of the teachers at the end, as and when required. And section A of each unit is to be used for written assignments, research paper, for internal evaluation only. Separate questions based on section A are not to be asked in the semester end examination. Only section B is to be taught in the class. However, teachers are expected to refer to section A as a context while teaching section B. Now, Unit 1. Unit 1 is divided into section A and section B. Section A will introduce students with the socio-cultural dynamics of English poetry from the 14th century to the Civil War in England. And to be specific, this unit covers English poetry starting from Chaucer to the poetry of Elizabethan, Jacobean, Caroline age and the interregnum period. It also intends to introduce students with the gradual manifestation of various movements like Renaissance, Humanism, Reformation, and major poetic trends of the age. The background information will be extremely useful for the students when interpreting poetry. Knowing when the poem was written or specific historical information can reveal a lot about the meaning of the poem when the students do self-study or write their assignment. In section B, we have two texts prescribed, one by Geoffrey Chaucer's Prologue to the Canterbury Tales and Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene, Book 1, Canto 1 and 2. The poems prescribed in section B, which are meant for detailed study, should provide ample evidence of the ideas, thoughts, and culture of these historical periods covered in section A. The students will learn to identify the common and the distinctive features of the poets as well as of the period. To let me comment on or acquaint you with the idea of introducing this section A and B. Section A was meant for, is designed to acquaint student with the historical background, the various movement genres, and the representative poets of each period, which we have mentioned in this particular unit. And section B incorporates only two texts. And to incorporate the two texts for detailed study was a conscious decision. And to quote my colleague in the committee, Dr. Atale, that deepen the understanding of students in the poem to these texts in a vertical manner. And for next set preparation, we have provided list of all important poets for internal evaluation. So this would give them a deeper understanding of the two poets in each unit, plus at least 2 or 3 poets which the students will select for internal evaluation. Unit 2 covers the period from Milton to the age of transition. So section A examines the major works of British literature from 1660 to the end of 18th century. Section A begins with the restoration of Charles II in 1660, which was changed the political, social, moral, and intellectual scenario of England. It also provides an introduction to the rise of party politics, glorious revolution, and the development of satiric mode of writing. This selection will provide insights into how poetry has changed over time. Students will learn by themselves to interpret poetry of this period and be acquainted with the techniques of satire, the major poetic trend, and will get deeper understanding of the intellectual context in which these poetic forms were produced. The selected texts are John Milton's Paradise Lost, Book 9, and Alexander Pope, The Rape of the Lock. The texts are selected to introduce students to the form, style, structure, purpose, characteristics, and cultural context of each of these works. So as 17th century and 18th century in literature are known for satire and irony, the selected text would give ample examples to introduce satire as an important form of poetry. Unit 3, Romantic Revival to Pre-Raphaelite Poets. So section A intends to introduce to students with the major trends in poetry and culture of the Romantic and Victorian age. Students will be acquainted with the complexities of the 19th century poetry, which is an outcome of various artistic, intellectual, and socio-political cross-currents. As such, this section provides a relatively broad survey and will acquaint themselves, and students will acquaint themselves with the representative texts, genres, thematic concerns, and key concepts and terms pertaining to the respective periods. Selected texts are William Wordsworth and Alfred Tennyson. Now, these are the texts, these are the poems which have been prescribed. And as I have pointed it out, to provide students an in-depth knowledge about two poets rather than giving glimpses of various poems from various other poets, we have limited it to 2 poems for an in-depth study of each poet. So next unit is, or the last unit, that is unit 4, is Modernism and After. Section A intends to help the students in understanding the context of modernism. It will throw light on the historical, social, and cultural forces prompted the modernist movement, and students will be able to distinguish modernist poetry from other forms of poetry. So the selected poets are T.S. Eliot, Phil Larkin, and Craig Raine. The poems selected in section B are representative of various poetic trends of the period. It will help students to examine the literary context of modernism and its significance at the time in which they were written. Objective is to help students identify distinguishing poetic devices used in modernist poetry and help them understand the form, tone, purpose, and meaning in modernist poetry. The text should be analyzed in the historical, social, and cultural context of modernism and throw light on its significance beyond the era. So, as I have mentioned it earlier, the poets who selected here are the major poets representing the major trends of that particular age. And we have we have provided an exhaustive list of books for reference at the end of the syllabus. And I hope that this list will begin to suggest possibilities for students for their assignments. But there are always more books and journals than can be listed here. So we have provided a list of poetry collections, mainly various anthologies of poetry, which will help students to select poems for their assignment. And teachers can provide them with other relevant books whenever necessary. Now, the evaluation pattern. So the paper has 60-40 evaluation pattern, 40 marks for internal evaluation and 60 for external evaluation. So internal evaluation has got two segments. One, a written assignment research paper on the topic suggested by the teacher for internal assessment, which carries 10 marks, and a presentation based on the written assignment or the research paper, which carries 5 marks, and a viva which carries 5 marks. And so the entire written assignment carries of 20 marks along with presentation and viva. So the topics for this written assignment is to be chosen from the background section A only. And the other component of the written assignment, other component of the internal assessment is an internal test. Please remember that for written assignment, topics should be selected from section A, and for the internal test, the questions should be based on section B. Some guidelines for writing the assignment or the research paper. Students are required to write one assignment, either an analytical or argumentative essay or a research paper based on section A of any unit in about 1500 to 2000 words with a strong and very specific thesis statement approved by the teacher. The essay or the research paper should break down the thesis into subpoints, which may form various paragraphs, wherein reasons for points or arguments that are made should be fully explained, along with necessary evidence in support of those from both the primary and secondary sources. The essay or the research paper should follow proper MLA formatting, listing all resources, all sources referenced in the essay or the research paper. So for the written assignment, students must know the difference between a topic sentence, and a thesis statement. That is why we have mentioned the thesis statement to be approved by the teacher. Sometimes students confuse a thesis statement with a topic, mistaking the thesis statement as the very topic of the essay they are going to write. Therefore, the emphasis on the thesis statement to be approved by the teacher. Teachers should guide them about the various ways in which a thesis statement can be developed. Students must know that their thesis statement should be specific. It should cover only what they will discuss in their paper and should be supported with specific evidence. So these are the evaluation criteria for the assignment, written assignment or the research paper. It should be a unified, specific and coherent thesis. students' understanding of academic writing, including grammar, punctuation, and syntax, critical use of supporting evidence from the primary and secondary sources, knowledge of the skills in critical analysis by articulating, organizing, and policing the presentation of their insights, and documentation of the material in correct and current MLA form. Semester end examination has 4 questions with internal options in each unit. So, which carries 15 marks each, making it 60 marks. Please note that questions should be based on section B of each unit, which is prescribed for detailed study. And students' answers must reveal sufficient knowledge of this background and the context of the time. These are all few sample questions based on each unit. So, the questions are designed in a manner that it will contextualize the text which they have studied. So, unit 1, the question, 2 questions we have just given from 2 texts, that the purpose of satire is the moral reform of society. How far does this correctly describe Chaucer's purpose in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales? Or discuss Spenser's attitude towards women with reference to Duessa, Una, and Queen Gloriana in Canto 1 and 2 of Fairy Queen. Unit 2, discuss with reference to Book 9 of Paradise Lost whether the depiction of Eve is simply a product of Milton's culture or if Milton is indeed a misogynist. And the alternate question is, describe in detail the mock heroic elements introduced by Pope in the Rape of the Lock. Unit 3, bring out how Wordsworth explains the evolution of his approach towards nature and its importance in his life with specific reference to his poem Tintern Abbey, or how far is it true to call Tennyson the representative voice of the Victorian age? So, substantiate your answer with proper evidences from his poems prescribed in the syllabus. In Unit 4, evaluate the theme of emptiness and cultural decay in T.S. Eliot's The Hollow Man, or assess Philip Larkin as a representative poet of the movement with reference to his poems prescribed in the syllabus. So we request that students should be told that question can be based on individual poem or a group of poems. So they should be prepared for all types of possibilities. So the syllabus committee consists of these following members. And I thank all our subcommittee members for providing a new structure to the course content. I am sure our collective effort will yield desired result. So I take this opportunity to thank all the participants, all my colleagues who are present here for a patient hearing. Thank you. Now I request the organizers to take over.
Thank you, ma'am. I request to all participants, if there are any questions regarding the presentation, then please ask if there is a question regarding the syllabus or the presentation. Yes, if anyone has a question, we will discuss here or.
I think there are no questions, so let's go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, I would like to introduce Dr. Seema Sharma ma'am as a resource person for paper number 2nd, English, non-fictional prose from Bacon to the present. She is an associate professor of English literature at Jai Hind College, University of Mumbai. She worked on African American slave narratives for her thesis, leading to PhD degree from SMDT University in Mumbai. She has taught undergraduate and graduate classes for over 25 years in several universities in India. She has translated and published critical and creative works from Hindi into English. Now I request to Dr. Seema Sharma ma'am to present her paper and views.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction. The paper I'm presenting today is, just a minute, I'll share my screen. Please give me a minute. Yes, is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am, not yet. Yeah, I think it is now.
It's visible now?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's now.
The paper I'm presenting is the English non-fictional prose from Bacon to the present, and I'm very thankful for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. The paper I'm presenting, the committee which was in charge of this paper comprised of Dr. Deepa Khatre, who's the convener, and I'm presenting on her behalf because she is not keeping good health. The other members were Dr. Shilpa Sapre, Dr. Rajesh Yole, and Dr. B.N. Hiramani. My sincere thanks to all the members of the committee because this is a new paper. All the papers, most of the papers we have in the syllabus are deal with fiction, whether it is in the form of novel writing or poetry or short stories or drama. So this paper, in my opinion, fills in a huge gap. The non-fictional writing from spanning over more than 4 centuries, from Bacon, late 16th century to the 20th century. Non-fictional writing, kind of marginalized from literary studies, not only reflects the dominant ideas of the time, the milieu of the time, the ethos of the time, but it also has great transformatory potential. And it will be, I think, very fruitful both for the teachers and the students to be examining non-fictional writing for over more than 4 centuries. So the purpose of the paper is to focus on the vast repertoire of non-fictional writing. This course offers genres like letters, diaries, periodicals, histories, speeches, and so on and so forth from 17th century to the present. We have followed the pattern of the paper, which the previous paper, which Dr. Deepa Mishra introduced, which was poetry from Chaucer to the present. So each unit has section A and section B. The rationale behind is to maintain a kind of clarity for the students, as well as a uniformity for the teachers, both in terms of teaching the paper, as well as assessing and testing them at the end. So like the previous paper presented by Dr. Deepa Mishra, Poetry from Chaucer to the Present. This paper on non-fictional writing from Bacon to present also has section A and section B for each unit. So the section A, which would be the context, so that would provide background, the socio-cultural context, the political context, the intellectual milieu of the time. It will also deal with the development of that particular genre, so be it letter writing, or be it diaries, or be it periodicals, or be it history writing, the development of the genre over time, the different styles of writing. And the third aspect of this section would be the representative writers of that genre. So this would comprise in each unit the background, section A of the unit. Section B would focus on particular texts. So particular text of that genre, which will be studied in greater detail and more in greater insight to provide greater insight to the students who are already aware of the context which is provided in section A of each unit. So the objectives of the paper are to acquaint learners with major representative English prose writers from Bacon to the present, to help them to study different genres of fictional writing and the thought patterns over time, to appreciate the nuances of non-fictional prose writing in the realm of British literature, to familiarize students with the importance of speeches as a means of transformation in society, and to understand the significance of diary writing as an interplay between the personal and the social, your identity, your personal convictions, and the larger social milieu of the time. We hope that by the end of the course, the learner would be very well versed with this, as I would stress, a rather hitherto a marginalized genre, which is non-fictional prose writing. They don't do much of this in their undergraduate level. So hopefully this paper, MA paper, would introduce them to this to non-fiction over 4 centuries, how to critique non-fictional writing, and how to analyze and interpret non-fictional writing, a kind of greater awareness of cultures over time of more than 4 centuries. And so I would come now to the specificity of the syllabus. The unit 1. Now, unit 1, the genre we have chosen is letters and diaries. So as with each unit, this unit also has a section A, which is the background, the socio-cultural background, the intellectual currents of the time, how this shaped letter writing and diaries, how the genre grew over time, what are the chief characteristics of this genre, and the students will also be studying the representative ideas and diarists, representative letter writers and diarists of the time. So having this kind of a background information with them, insight with them, they'll be able to better appreciate the specific text we have. Now we've seen that we've tried to choose letters from different, not only different time, but also different strata of society. So you have, for example, letters from Elizabeth I to Mary, Queen of Scots, the very famous rivalry between 2 claimants to the throne, which continued for 25 years. We have letters from Charles I to his Queen Henrietta Maria. Next, we have correspondence from Pope and Wycherley, important poets, thinkers, and writers of 16th century. And then from the 20th century, we have letters of Catherine Mansfield. Now, we have in the syllabus very clearly, in the material provided to the students, very clearly stated the exact letters or the page numbers, and also from where they can source this material. So this material is available online, and we have given links or PDF or ebooks as has been possible. So students will not be left in a quandary about where the material is to come from. Next genre in this unit is diaries, and we have Journal of Dorothy Wordsworth written at Grasmere. Page numbers have been provided in the syllabus, and Anne Frank's diary of a young girl, and the specific chapters have been mentioned in the syllabus. Our next unit is a very interesting unit on essays and history. Consistently, each unit having section A, which is the background. So we have the intellectual, political, and social currents that shaped essay writing and history writing, how the genre grew over the ages, and who the representative essayists and historians of the time. Coming to the specific texts, we have Francis Bacon's essay, R.L. Stevenson's essays, and George Bernard Shaw as essays. From the histories, we have Christopher Hibbert's, is a 20th century historian, how he writes about the Great Mutiny of India, 1857. Now, this is would be an extremely interesting section for the students, because the way we perceive history has changed over time. So with our interest in subaltern history, the way we see historiography now, so the students would be bringing into conversation about the way, for example, the Great Mutiny was reported by historians, 19th century historians like Trevelyan, versus Hibbert writing in the 20th century, versus Indian historians having rewritten the history which was written by the British and formed the understanding of many writers of what the Great Mutiny was. So whether it was a mutiny, whether it was the first war of independence, whether and from whose perspective is it being written. So whole aspect of historiography, the writing of history, is something which would deeply engage the students, because history deals with event much closer home. And to date, historians are debating on he had access to greater records of archival material, records of the East India Company, records of the British government, also letters written by the people here to their families in Britain, and so on and so forth. Next is a chapter from the very famous book of E.P. Thompson, The Making of the English-British Class. Thompson, greatly a new left historian, influenced by Marx, influenced by William Raymond, influenced by Antonio Gramsci, and he talks about the rise of the English working class in view of the Industrial Revolution and how it changed the culture and the power dynamics of the 18th and the 19th century. Our next, another interesting unit is on travelogues and bibliography, biographies. So travelogues and biographies, again, section A as the background, whereas section B will have the more specific text. So we have Evelyn Waug's Remote People, 1931 text, we 2 chapters from it. And since we wanted to be representative, earlier travelogue, the earlier memoir biography of Samuel Johnson by James Boswell, which kind of set standards of what biographies should be like, and was influential for a lot of time. Unit on section 4 is on speeches and periodicals. Section A looking at the background as in other units, whereas section B is looking at, so we have 2 very influential speeches. Winston Churchill's speech as the Prime Minister to the House of Commons, and Margaret Thatcher's speech at the Conservative Party conference. These are also available to the students on YouTube and so on. And so not only can they read these speeches, but also see hear the audio speeches. Interestingly, in recent times, movies have been made on both these figures, on Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher, and they're available on the OTT platforms. And these movies do incorporate these very impressive speeches they made at very crucial points in the life of their country. When we talk of periodicals, we cannot just move away from Addison and Steele, and so we have periodicals from Addison, articles from Addison and Steele in the periodical Spectator, number 45 and 49. Now coming to the assignment, the evaluation pattern, it is has been kept consistently for all the papers, and so as Dr. Deepna Mishra had presented, it follows the same pattern here. Section A is not for semester end exam or internal exam. It is only for a written assignment or a research paper. The word limit will be 1500 to 2000 words. The topic has to be discussed by the teacher, and also the thesis statement has to be approved by the teacher. So this assignment, it should follow the MLA format of citations and bibliography and primary and secondary sources. The assessment would be for 10 marks, the presentation for 5 marks, and the Viva at the end for 5 marks. Whereas the section B will have an internal test based on the texts which are in section B, and also have a semester end exam. So the semester end exam, each unit has one essay type questions. It will be choice of 1 out of 2, adding up to 60 marks. Now, the intent of this paper is for students to develop interest in non-fictional writing, about which they are not very familiar. There we have at the end of the syllabus given a very, very exhaustive reading list. Now that reading list will not only help students to understand and later on answer tackle the paper and also to take the exam, but it is exhaustive enough for them if they find this aspect of literary and critical output interesting, to also follow it as a research leading to a PhD degree. So that has been the intention behind framing this paper. Their grounding in non-fictional writing spanning over 4 centuries, their interest in research, which they even want to follow it to a PhD level, and also it will help them in the net set examination, because these examinations do cover questions on non-fictional writing. So I think that is the end. That is all I have to say. If any of the teachers who are teaching this paper have any problems or have any observations, not only problems they want to add to it, the entire committee would be very, very happy to take in more suggestions, because this is the paper which is being introduced this year. So there is always scope of improvement, always scope for your suggestions. So your suggestions are very, very welcomed. And thank you once again for giving me opportunity to present the paper. And my sincere thanks to all the committee members who came together to tackle a new paper. That's all from my end.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my humble request to all respected participants. If there are any questions, you may ask at the end of every presentation. Otherwise, we will go for the next presentation.
Yes, carry on, sir, please. Thank you.
Yes. So now we are turned to our third paper, and it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our resource person, Dr. Pramod Patil, sir. for paper number 3, literary criticism. Currently, he's working as an assistant professor and head department of English, SGAS and GPC College, Shivle, Thane. He has taught undergraduate and graduate classes for over 26 years, published and present many research papers in various international journals, seminars, and conferences. He has worked on several syllabus subcommittees. So here I request to Dr. Pramod Patil sir to present his paper and views.
Thank you, sir, for introducing me to the participants. I'm Dr. P.B. Patil from Shivle College, Murbad, and I'm going to introduce you paper number 3. Is slide visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Clearly visible, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai. The workshop is being organized by Sawantwadi College. I thank them also for this wonderful organization. At the outset, I would like to mention Dr. Bharmal sir, principal of the college, a respected chairperson of Board of Studies in English, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, respected members of Board of Studies, respected Naik Madam, Hiramani sir, and Rahul sir, and other participants, friends, teachers, professors, students, if any. On behalf of our subcommittee, which was given responsibility to draft the syllabus of paper number 3, PA, Postgraduate Arts English, semester 1, paper 3, Literary Criticism. Committee's convener is Dr. Rajesh Karankal, who is HOD of Department of English, University of Mumbai. Priya Joseph Madam, Ben Wakchuri sir from Shapur College, who just retired after his valuable service in the field of education. Kamble sir from Panvel College. And we 5 drafted this syllabus, designed this syllabus after continuous interaction through WhatsApp, through emails, and other platforms. I would like to tell you, before presenting syllabus, about how it came into existence. First, we got letters from the university informing us that we were in the subcommittee. Then we got email from Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir about timeline and suggestions to form WhatsApp group and to conduct at least 2 meetings for the same. Dr. Rajesh Karankal sir also contacted us. All the members were contacted by him. He arranged 2 meetings on Zoom platform. Then we created WhatsApp group as per their suggestions, interacted, shared, suggested essays which could be incorporated in the paper. So all 5 continuously interacted, rough drafts at least 3 times. And then finally, we finalized the draft, and I'm going to present paper titled Literary Criticism. It begins with preamble, in which we have mentioned why the paper Literary Criticism. It is immensely important paper. It widens scope of critical inquiry of the students for research. It inculcates research aptitude among students and teachers also. And we have mentioned all this in preamble. So literary criticism is a study of literary theory and criticism. focusing on selection of writing by prominent theories, their work and ideas. It takes a chronological view of the evolution of ideas that function as lenses to read literature, art, and culture. The multiple viewpoints and schools of thought enable the reader to focus on specific areas of a literate text. These tools may be used in combination in the practice of literary criticism to engage not merely with literate texts, but with the culture. Placed within the social, economic, political, and cultural context, these theories can throw light on the evolution of our contemporaneity. Literary theory can aid in aesthetic inquiry and investigation into the reading, writing, interpretive process, and an exploration into the relationship art and lived reality. So this is preamble why we have introduced already. Nikam sir has stated all the things why the syllabus, what strategies to be adopted, what teaching methods to be adopted while delivering the syllabus. Then comes objectives. We have mentioned to introduce literary theories for better understanding of literary texts. So literary theories helps to understand literary texts in a better way. To provide a critical awareness of the evolution of literary criticism from the beginning to the to mid 20th century, up to 1950, we can say. And after that, we'll have paper in semester 2 to develop an insight into the function and practice of literary criticism. What is the course outcome? After studying, after passing this course, this paper, students will be able to, the students will develop an awareness of the chronological evolution of literary theory from Plato down to present, we can say. The students will be provided with a starting point into literary theory to further advance in exploring literary theories. The student will acquire an understanding of literary theory, which will aid in better interpreting literary texts. So this assumes greater importance. We have actual syllabus in 4 units as usual. Each paper is divided into 4 units, ours 2. So unit 1 has 2 sections as already 2 presenters have already explained how section 1 will be used for internal evaluation. Same is the case in our paper, literary criticism. It is titled as classical criticism. In unit section A, we have terms and concepts. Horace's views on poetry, role of imagination, subject of poetry, language and diction of poetry. These are from Horace. Plato and Edmund Gosson's attack on poetry. We have to give projects or assignments or research paper on these topics. 3 units, mimesis, catharsis, hamartia, peripetia, anagnorisis, 6 elements of tragedy, 6 main elements of tragedy. These are from poetics, which we have already introduced, prescribed for the study and will be tested in 60 marks paper. The notion of the sublime, 5 sources of sublimity, Sir Philip Sidney's views on poetry. So whatever left in section B is to be given as assignments in or through section A. Actual or critical essays which are selected for classroom teaching, where as usual we cannot delete Aristotle, is most important. Poetics, we have 26 chapters from which we have selected this time only 1 to 15. Chapters 1 to 15 to be taught in the class. Others you can do assignments can be used for assignments in 40 marks. So this is from literary criticism translated by Penelope Murray. This time we have introduced new critique Longinus on the sublime, which is the beginning of romantic criticism. From him we have taken, or from this text we have taken chapters 1 to 8. There are translation, various translators are there. These texts are, these essays are originally into Greek, translated into English. That's how we have various translators, and we have given book which is to be used while teaching these essays. So these essays in unit 1 will be tested for 15 marks. One question will be on Aristotle, B will be on Longinus. Then unit 2. Unit 2 is divided into again 2 sections. It is unit 2 is entitled as Neoclassical Criticism, Terms and Concepts. I would like to, before that, I would like to tell you that we also thought of Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra to incorporate with Aristotle in section 1, but it was not possible because we thought to incorporate Longinus, as we are very much attracted towards, fascinated towards, passionate towards Western theories, and Natya Shastra we never thought of to introduce in directly teaching. So in unit 2, terms and concepts in section A, neoclassical, it is entitled as Neoclassical Criticism, this unit. What is to be tested in internal assessment? Alexander Pope's essay on criticism, relative merits of classical drama and modern drama, comparison between French drama and English drama. These points we get in John Dryden's essay on dramatic poesy. Then Dr. Johnson's Lives of the Poets, which tells 52 poets' lives, and that is important text, and each and every student must read and must understand, must go through that text for the preparation of competitive exams like NET, SET, UPSC, MPSC. So a significant critic. Section B will be tested in 60 marks paper, semester and examination. It is entitled as Neoclassical Criticism, essays to be taught in the class, John Dryden's essay on dramatic poesy, and the points which are, we have mentioned in section A also. Dr. Samuel Johnson, who is eminent critic, though he was classicist, he approved Shakespeare's mingling of comic and tragic. It is very difficult to pinpoint weaknesses, demerits of Shakespeare. Even we also think to pinpoint 100 times we think to pinpoint weaknesses of Shakespeare, but he is the critic who pinpoints his demerits, his where he needs perfection. So preface to Shakespeare is important document, and each student must study this preface to Shakespeare, Dr. Johnson. Third unit is again entitled as Romantic and Victorian Criticism, in which we have section A, terms and concepts. What are the terms? Causes of the rise of romantic criticism. We know how romantic criticism evolved through the ages, how the ideology of romantic criticism is different from classical, and how aesthetic appreciation of text was promoted by these romantic critics and criticism. That is to be expected in the class, or expected to be understood by the students. So causes of the rise of romantic criticism, features of romantic and Victorian criticism, fancy, primary and secondary imagination, poetry, poem, definition of criticism, role of critic, Wordsworth's opinion on poetry and poets, preface to lyrical ballads, Shelley's defense of poetry, Arnold's touchstone method, Arnold's definition of criticism and the role of critic, Walter Pater's aestheticism, art for art's sake, poem for C, poetry for poetry's sake, art for art's sake. So all these terms to be evaluated in internal evaluation. In B, which will be tested in semester and examination. We have selected chapters from Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Biographia Literaria, which is immensely important book or text. Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Biographia Literaria. We have selected chapter 4, chapter 13, and 14. These are interrelated, and that's why we have selected directly 13 and 14 after 4. Then we have eminent critic Matthew Arnold, whose contribution in the field of criticism is immense. He's poet critic of Victorian age, and he has widened the scope of critical inquiry. And he's the critic who gives fuller definition of criticism, how criticism is a disinterested endeavor to learn and propagate the best that is known and taught in the world. So his critical essay we have selected the function of criticism at the present time. So section A will be tested in internal evaluation. Section B will be tested in semester and examination. These two eminent essays we have to teach in classroom teaching. Unit 4 again we have two sections. Section A, Unit 4 is entitled New Criticism. We are turning towards a new criticism. New criticism terms and concepts in section A relates objective correlative. Very important as far as NET and SET is concerned, as far as one who wants to be critic must know objective correlative, dissociation of sensibility, unification of sensibility, tradition and individual talent by Eliot, tension, extension, intention. Here is a paraphrase: intentional fallacy, affective fallacy, organic form in poetry, texture in poetry, I.A. Richards on practical criticism. It is essential to study. I.A. Richards also whose practical criticism immensely help us to make students' mind critical and quiet. And so these topics to be used for internal evaluation. We have critical essays for classroom teaching in B. W.K. Wimsatt and Monroe Beardsley's intentional fallacy. And number 2 is Alan Tate, tension in poetry. We have terms in section A: tension, extension, intention. So extension, intention. Remove prefixes, we get tension. So Alan Tate titles his essay Tension in Poetry and how we reach to impartial meaning of text and how we have to assess text. And this is from Tension in Poetry. These two essays gain tremendous importance after 1901 or up to 1950. That's why we have selected these essays for 60 marks evaluation or to be taught in the classroom teaching. Sources for these essays. These are easily available essays. Enright and Chikera's book, English Critical Texts, Oxford University Press, 1962 edition. Murray Penelope and Dorsch, Classical Literary Criticism, Penguin Books, 2004. We have third book, Ramaswamy E.S. and Sethuraman V.S. These are editors. English Critical Tradition, an Anthology of English Literary Criticism, Volume 1 and Volume 2. These two volumes are useful for above given essays, prescribed essays. So these 4 books will provide us primary sources as well as secondary sources. Look at evaluation. Already I have told you, our first 2 presenters have told about evaluation system, internal evaluation, which will be for 40 marks, and there we see 1 written assignment or research paper on the topic suggested by the teacher. So there is liberty to teacher in every or each individual is individual, has liberty, she has liberty, and he can or she can take liberty for exploring various research topics through the assignments and research papers. So on the research paper, we have 5 marks presentation. Viva will be conducted for 5 marks. These make 20. And this time, in internal evaluation, we have introduced test. Test was for second MA Part 2 students. It was not for MA Part 1. Now we have introduced this test for 20 marks. And for 20 marks, one internal test based on the text given in section B, not in section A. Section A is to be used for internal evaluation for research paper, presentations, paper presentations, seminars, workshops, and talk on those topics. While internal test will be held on section B, and we have to give them 3 questions, and they have to write. One time will be 50 minutes. For semester end examination, each question carries 15 marks, makes 60. Question 1 will be on unit 1, 1 out of 2. One question will be on Aristotle. Second, that is B, will be on Longinus. Question 2 will be on unit 2, 1 out of 2. One question on each text. Question 3 will be essay type again on unit 3. Again, we have question 4, essay type on unit 4, 1 out of 2. 2 questions on 2 texts. I have already told you how we reached to final draft, how we interacted through WhatsApp chats, emails. I have not given you sample question paper because this is old paper and each and every one of you knows how it will be. So I would like to tell you, committee members who was convener, on behalf of these 5, I am presenting or I have presented this paper to you. Dr. Rajesh Karankal, HOD of English Department of Mumbai University, was convener of the committee. Priya Joseph Madam was a member, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Mitibai College, Mumbai. I myself, P.B. Patil from HGS, GPC College, Shivle. P.Y. Kamble sir from MP ASC College, Panvel, Rai Shikshan Samsthas. Then Professor B.N. Vakchore sir, Associate Professor and was the Head, Department of English, SB College, Shapur. So I thank all these members who gave me an opportunity to present what we have done in the syllabus. And at the end, I would like to thank you all for patiently listening. Thanks to Team Sudhir sir, Team Board of Studies. Thanks, many thanks to Team Naik Madam. Thanks to patience listening of all attendants. I end my presentation and over to organizers. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have ended my presentation. If there is any query or questions, they may raise. And thanks for patience listening again. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, I have ended my presentation. You may continue with your business proceedings.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we turn to the next paper, paper number 4, language, basic concept and theories. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sachin Labdesar, resource person for paper number 4, language, basic concept and theories. He has 20 years of teaching experience in English literary and linguistic studies. He is presently working as associate professor at the Department of English, University of Mumbai. He is recognized as a research guide by the University of Mumbai, and he has presented many research papers at several national and international conferences and has published research papers in reputed journals. So I request to Dr. Sachin Labdesar to present his paper.
Thank you, Dr. Uday. Thank you very much for that introduction. I hope I am audible and visible, and the presentation that I've shared is visible to all the participants. Just confirm once, then I'll begin the presentation.
Yes, we can see your screen, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to begin with the note of gratitude, acknowledgement, and apology. Gratitude towards the Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, under the leadership of Dr. Sudhir Nikam, for giving this opportunity to be part of the academic exercise of curriculum design of the postgraduate studies in English. Acknowledgement of the efforts taken by the convener, Dr. Satyavan Hanegave, and national and international experts who were involved in designing the syllabus for paper 4 as well as paper 8, which I will be presenting a little later. It is an honor to represent the committee today in this workshop. An apology if I am not able to address some of the questions immediately, but I guarantee that we will definitely get back to you with the answers to your questions and queries. So in keeping with the UGC model curriculum and guidelines given by the Board of Studies, considering the recent developments in higher education, as well as preparing grounds for competitive and qualifying exams such as UPSC, NET, GATE, the committee members have designed this course. As it is one of the core papers, it aims at preparing students to get their basics in place as far as the study of language is concerned. Now, this course offers the prerequisites for courses in semester 3 and semester 4, which Dr. Nikam already mentioned in his remarks and review, which have more of an application base, such as English language pedagogy or new Englishes, or content development and instructional design, translation and stylistics. So this course needs to be looked at as a core paper and as a prerequisite paper. To accommodate major concepts and theories in English language studies, we have taken an extensive rather than intensive approach. Hence, our suggestion to the concerned faculty members is to deal with these units with the same understanding. If we compare this course with the earlier one, we will notice a shift from linguistic and stylistic analysis of texts, mainly literary, to comprehensive and critical understanding of English language from a formal, functional, cultural, and sociological perspective. Of course, I'm talking about 2 papers, not just 1 paper. So the perspectives which are offered by linguistics would be brought into focus in dealing with these topics. Please note that the shift is not that of a kind, but of a degree. The course does not rule out the analysis of language, but makes it more inclusive in that language as spoken and written in various modes, scripted or unscripted, can be undertaken to study and analyze. Okay, as I do not really wish to read all the details of the syllabus. I believe that my colleagues have taken the pains of going through all the drafts before this workshop. The highlights that I would like to mention in this paper, that is paper 4, would be key concepts in general linguistics, then origin and development of English language, structural organization of English language, and major theories of the nature of human language. Now, if you look at the structure of this paper, you'll realize that it looks a little, what do we call, conceptually loaded. And therefore, we have made this claim that instead of going for the intensive explanations and intensive engagement with these topics, we would rather have extensive engagement so that the students have a brief idea of the basic concepts in linguistics or basic concepts in language studies, as well as the theories of nature of language. The outcome or the objective of this course is basically the kind of learning experiences that we would like students to have, is that the student should be able to identify, say, various levels of structural organization of language. And if I'm allowed to say this, that the students have a fair background in this at the undergraduate level. So this won't be much of a difficulty for them to transit from undergraduate to postgraduate level. Then we also expect the students to analyze spoken and written text. As I mentioned earlier, that the focus would not be restricted only to literary text and literary analysis, but linguistic texts or the texts which are other than literature, covering literature area. And that is very important or essential, that's according to the committee. The learners also demonstrate a rudimentary understanding of the origin and development of English language, as well as the display of familiarity with the basic concepts in the study of language, which come mainly from the field of modern linguistics. And they show the introductory understanding of the major theories of human language. So these would be, the kind of learning experiences that, we expect from the postgraduate students at this level, and our engagement will be accordingly. Now, it would be probably very patronizing to suggest, use X method or Y method. We are all equipped to understand the very intent behind courses like this, and we can modify our teaching accordingly. We can involve students in the process of learning rather than going for, purely lecture method. And I'm sure that all of us have that expertise, and I will not dwell much into that area more than it is required. I'll quickly take you to each unit, and my focus and my concern here, as I have discussed it with a couple of colleagues from different colleges and also with the committee members, is mainly the major concern that is expressed is that this kind of course is not something that is restricted to one specific text, that we do not prescribe text for a specific unit like we do in literary studies. And therefore, sources are very important, that what sources are we referring to. I have only made an attempt on behalf of my committee to suggest a few texts which would directly help you to deal with these topics. And I also have shared a folder with Dr. Pragati Naik, which includes major texts or textbooks and articles that could be useful in dealing with these units. After going through this folder, if you feel that something is still missing, you're most welcome to contact us or get in touch with us and let us know, as my colleague Dr. Seema Sharma also mentioned in her presentation. So we are absolutely happy and open to those possibilities. So unit 1, which is language and linguistics, brings the very notion of linguistics as a scientific study of language, which is very introductory. Then the distinction between tradition and modern approaches to language study. and scope of linguistics, as well as the branches of linguistics. Like, this is the major focus, and we have kind of detailed this under each point. The syllabus mentions this clearly, but these are the four very important areas. Even when we frame questions, the question would mainly focus on these broad areas, like dealing with linguistics as a scientific study, what it means, what are the features of any scientific study when we talk about language as a as an object of study, or scope of linguistics in terms of like what kind of application does it have, or what kind of understanding it helps us to arrive at. These are the focus areas. And as far as the branches of linguistics are concerned, it would be very interesting to kind of expose students to the possibilities, how language can be taken at different levels and understood critically. So with this purpose and the sources, as I've already mentioned, George Yule is one writer who I have, and my committee has constantly referred to, and found this book by George Yule, this study of language, very effective, very useful. And we recommend this book strongly. The book is available in the kitty that we have shared with you. And besides that, there is a book by Trask and Akmeyan. I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing that name correctly, but there is a series, like there are many writers involved in this book, but it's a very crucial book, and it will give you ideas related to not only unit 1, but also the entire paper. And of course, Etchison Jean or Jean, who has been a seminal contribution in understanding linguistics, or the basic concepts in linguistics. So these are for unit 1, and then we quickly move to unit 2, where we have the levels of structural organization, something that the students are already familiar with, but we also believe that there could be students who have not opted for these papers, as these are not mandatory or core papers at the undergraduate level. Plus, we may also have students coming from different parts of the state and different parts of the country who may not have the similar background. Keeping that in mind, I think this component has been introduced or reintroduced. And the idea is to engage learners in as practical aspect as possible. The structural levels include the phonology, morphology, semantics, and syntax. If you go through the syllabus, you'll realize that the syntax is less of an application, more of an understanding, and understanding from modern linguistic development point of view, that you have IC analysis, or you have phrase structure, or you have types of transformation. This is mainly to introduce students to those ideas, rather than getting them to intensively practice each of these components, which I believe, and all of us will agree, is not possible in the given frame of time. So again, I have the list of books for this, and these would be very useful in dealing with it. Again, I'm not patronizing. I believe that we have similar sources available and accessible to us, and we can definitely use them according to the needs or requirements of our teaching situations. But these are the books that we found useful, and I have included some of these books in the kitty that we have shared with you. Unit 3 is Introduction to English Language. So here now we are concentrating more on the historical and developmental aspect of English language, but also at the same time, there are certain aspects from the linguistic point of view that we have introduced. Basically, what is language, the nature and features of language, where we found Charles Hockett's model of design features of human language very effective and useful, and I've shared that article so that you could refer to this while you are dealing with this particular topic, or any one of us is dealing with this topic in the classroom. Plus biology and brain, on which Yule has written a fantastic chapter in his book, and you could see the language is lucid and students can easily understand it. Origin and history of English language, we have as I said, that it's a vast topic and we have to narrow it down. So you can see that we have divided this into certain phases of English language, right from the Old English to modern English, and the kind of foreign influences that the English language had, especially the Old English had these foreign influences. However, the foreign influences continue to be there in English language even today. The way Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary shows every year new words coming from different languages and becoming part of the Oxford Dictionary shows that there is a continual influence of the foreign words on or foreign languages on English. And that is, I think, a worthwhile point to deal with in this particular unit. And then we bring it to the point of discussion on standard English, where we talk about received pronunciation. I think for Indians, it's very important to understand the very concept of received pronunciation, which seems to be a kind of model for all the Indians as far as the academia is concerned. However, what is the reality behind received pronunciation and how the process of standardization has taken place as far as this pronunciation, or what we call BRP, is concerned. Again, Yule Aitchison, David Crystal will be very useful in dealing with this and this Cambridge Encyclopedia of Language, as well as the Cambridge Encyclopedia of English Language. Both would be very handy and useful, and simple language is used to deal with these topics. And these books need to be referred to as references rather than as textbooks. Whichever concepts you think are necessary to be located in this, you can definitely do that. And this brings us to the last unit, that is unit on theories of language. This is probably the addition to the existing pattern that we had, where we are bringing in the theories of nature of language, which is a combination of the classical approach and also the modern approach. The first section of this unit will focus mainly on the Western and Indian classical traditions. And for that, we have also referred to EPG Pathshala material I have downloaded and shared it in the folder. Besides that, you're of course free to explore this. But again, as I have already mentioned on behalf of my committee, that the focus is very rudimentary, it's introductory rather than dwelling into it in depth. The second one is, of course, the formalism and the contribution that the formal school of linguistics has made to our understanding. Since many of our students are already familiar with structuralism and post-structuralism, they would also have an understanding of Saussure and what Saussure has done to our understanding of language and literature. So this would kind of, a bit of revision to what they know from literary point of view, but getting into the linguistic aspect of it and understanding the formal aspects of language, or how formalism has given a different understanding of human language. Then the next one is the functionalist theories of language, which mainly are kind of a work of Prague School of Linguistics or Prague School of Functional Linguistics, and the British linguists such as Firth, who have been seminal in the contribution of functional approach to the study of language, need to be sort of looked at again from the introductory point of view and not the in-depth understanding of these theories, and for which we have shared some interesting chapters and books which can be referred to talk about this. Then there is this section where we have the major binaries discussed, and these major binaries such as descriptive, prescriptive, or even synchronic, diachronic. These binaries, I think, are important for the students to understand. Not to say that these binaries are essential, but these binaries are important in kind of establishing certain classifications and understanding. So that's unit 3. Sorry, that's unit 4. Which gives us this understanding of theories of language. I'll quickly now move to the assessment part, internal assessment, which is same as the other papers, that is 40 marks allotted to this. What we have suggested is that the division of these 40 marks is classroom participation and attendance, 10 marks, where we would encourage students to play roles. We would encourage students to do seminars or make presentations, so that it is through their participation that they learn a lot of things. And therefore 10 marks are dedicated to the classroom participation and attendance. Written assignment for 10 marks, for which we have also given the list, which is a suggested list of topics. However, in consultation with the concerned faculty, the students can explore other topics and then they can write their assignment. Here, instead of writing, like choosing a topic, a separate topic for assignment, written assignment, and a separate topic for the presentation, the students can work on the same topic for their assignment as well as presentation. That will give them intense experience rather than just like working on two topics superficially. And therefore the topics for the presentation, that is oral presentation and written assignment, as we suggest, should be same. Of course, the second part of this is internal test, that would be MCQ test, MCQ based test containing 10 questions, 1 mark each. So that's like the overall structure of internal assessment. Coming to the external assessment, as I said in the beginning, and I apologized that there are quite a few, changes that we have made, and we have already suggested these changes to the honorable members of the Board of Studies, and which would be reflected very soon in the revised draft. Question 1 would be essay type question, where there will be 2 questions from the unit and students have to attempt any one. Question 2 is important for explanation. That is, it will be divided into 2. That is, question 2A will be application based short answer questions. That is 4 questions to be answered out of 5, 2 marks for each question. And it will be focusing mainly on the application in the sense phonological transcription. I'll come to that point a little later. And question 2B will be short notes, where we cannot really bring in the practical component, especially, we are talking about the syntax. So where, it's not possible to have a lot of practical questions in all the syntax, because we are not going for intensive training. So those could be included in short notes, and other topics also could be included in short notes to check how well the students have understood the concepts in the structure of English language. So that's for 7 marks, that is 3.5 marks each for short note, 2 to be attempted out of 3. Question 3 and question 4 have the same nature, that is they are essay type questions and students can attempt any one out of 2. That's the brief description of the pattern, and these are just suggestions for question 2A, where you can see that you could have questions which practically test the ability of student to phonologically or phonemically transcribe certain words, or maybe syllabification of words, or it could be also looking for the morphological structures of the word, what kind of word formation process is involved. Another is the question about ambiguity, like how certain sentences have structural ambiguities or lexical ambiguity, and you can have a question around that. These are only samples, but as I promised, and that's what my committee also has requested to convey to all the participating faculty members here, that we would be more than happy to provide you with a sample question paper or sample questions, just to get started on this, rather than giving any fixed pattern as such. Well, that's all from my side for this paper. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and we all look forward to your comments, your suggestions, your inputs and questions, so that we can make this course better and better, and ensure that the purpose that has been already expressed by the Honorable Chairperson of Board of Studies, Dr. S.P.K.M, is, and his colleagues and all the members, is served. So thank you. I'll stop my presentation here, and I'll be more than happy to take questions. If the questions could come now, or it could come later, or you could just text those questions to me. Thank you. I'll stop sharing the presentation.
If there is any question, please unmute and ask the questions.
I think Parakate sir has raised the hand. He has a question.
Yes, yes. So please unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Dr. Parakate, please unmute yourself. You are on mute mode. Dr. Parakate sir, would you please unmute yourself?
So I think he had raised his hand earlier. That
Yeah,
was
and
during the previous presentation.
Madhumati and Parakate, both of them have raised their hands and they've forgotten.
Yes, please.
so let's go ahead, please.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I was actually waiting for
please.
the first one-two question. Sir, I would request you to please elaborate on the topics that we can give for internal exam.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. In fact, as far as the topics for the internals are concerned, our focus has been more of giving students hands-on experience, the kind of analysis that they study in the classroom. They would be able to apply that analysis to by referring to the text, which are either spoken text or written text. If you don't mind, I'll go back to the syllabus copy and
Yes.
refer to that so that I have better clarity in my explanation. Just give me a few moments to open the document. Yeah. So mainly when we are talking about the internal assessment, we are dealing with topics such as phonological structure or morphological structure or even grammar. So students could work on certain samples, like maybe it could be non-native speakers or it could be a non-native English, and looking at the non-native pronunciation and comparing that pronunciation with the understanding that they have of what we call the standard pronunciation they have studied so far, which is basically British received pronunciation. So this will help them not only to develop better understanding of the British received pronunciation, not to just follow, but only for understanding, and see how the other features or other varieties have, a different as different ways of pronouncing these words, or they have certain what you call segmental and supra-segmental features. So that's the idea with which we have suggested topics on pronunciation that this could be in the form of field work. It could be in the form of interviewing speakers from specific languages. It could be in the form of taking scripted speeches either from Indian films or from any film that they understand, and look at the language, the way it's look at the pronunciation and analyze the pronunciation. So this is just one topic that we have suggested, but besides this we also have suggested topics on prescriptive and descriptive grammar, that is the kind of prescription which is made in the traditional grammar, and the way the descriptive grammar talks about certain features, which is quite sometimes which is contradictory or which is different from the prescriptive understanding of grammar. So bringing students to this understanding that these two grammars exist, but they exist for certain purposes, and being students of language, they need to acknowledge that descriptive grammar is more neutral than the prescriptive grammar. So this exercise will help them to have an understanding or better understanding of that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and another last one, I'm so sorry, the last one is error analysis, but of course not the error analysis from the point of view of language teaching, but just to understand that how grammar can be analyzed. Even if there are errors, at least you analyzing grammar can help you to or you analyzing errors can help you to sort of reinforce the kind of understanding that you have of certain grammatical units. For example, it could be of tenses, it could be of placement of prepositions in sentences. So students get an opportunity to revisit those constructs in grammar and deal with them from from the practical point of view. I do not know if I have responded to your question to the level of satisfaction, but that's what I could briefly.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think now I am audible because I tried to unmute myself, but it was an instruction that the only host can unmute you. So I put my message. Sorry. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very much audible.
Yes,
Please.
Okay, I had an interaction yesterday around about 20 to 25 minutes on this topic, this paper for on phone. Actually, most of the queries and doubts that I had in my mind, he has talked to me. But still, this moment I wanted to ask you that why this paper is not made in tune with, in consistency with the pattern of other papers. Because in the other, say for example, literary criticism, in the section B is for final evaluation, and the section A is for self-study and general understanding of the students. Suppose this would have been followed in this paper also, the students should have gone in the details for section B, and some part of the section B could have been curtailed. And actually, I don't know that why this pattern, how this pattern will be useful for the students, means that literary theory and other papers. But actually, for language paper, this is a very extensive, very comprehensive study. And suppose that if some part would have been kept for section A following the pattern of other papers, then students could have some kind of a relief because they get very less time in the term, in the semester to study. And this could have been done. Just I observed this one. My another observation is that the test that you have introduced in part one, that's good, very good, because students are associated with solving the questions, and all the 40 marks for the assignments was not that way good. It was just like the examinations without the evaluation. So therefore, this is a very good welcoming gesture on the part of BOS and all the committee members. This could be appreciated well. And third, in this paper, as far as this structural organization of language is concerned, so to test the structural organization of language in the final examination will be a problem, because suppose that structural organization we properly teach them, only we make an intensive practice, or bring the students to make intensive practice, only they can do the phonology, means that IPA transcription or morphological analysis. Are we expected to do that? Suppose we do that, then all other units which have to be given attention, these units will be ignored. So the questions in question number 2 will be a problem. And suppose that even that question also is made extensive, like that of the essay type answer, that could also be a problem. So how can this be solved? How far we are going to use the room for intensive practice? That should also be clear. And lastly, I thank that you have shared a folder to Professor Pragati Naik, and in the folder we'll get some specific material, because nowadays getting the material is very difficult. And then I congratulate the committee for making this change. I couldn't say a sea change, but very, very favorable change in tune with the examinations, NETs, and others. And actually, in the last syllabus, the fault was that it ignored the theoretical part totally. But that fault shouldn't come in this paper, that would ignore total practical part or analytical part totally. So at least in paper number, question number 2, if we can bring this back, so that could be added, and the balance could be done in this paper. So as far as Sachin's presentation is concerned, this is nice presentation, and the committee has studied very comprehensively, extensively in language and linguistics. That's very good. So I congratulate, and these are some of the observations I wanted to put in case of this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your absolutely subtle and to the point observations. And I really appreciate the efforts that you have taken to go through the syllabus and also pay attention to the entire presentation. I really appreciate that. I do not want to give any street smart answer immediately to this, but what I can say right now is, as far as the intensive practice is concerned, or the evaluation of those aspects is concerned, we have created, or we have kept ample scope in the internal assessment, where students can really practice those skills. And as my experience, like it's with the help of my experience, I can share this with you, that we have made scope for, or we have kept some scope for application based questions in question 2A, where there would be 4 or 5, there would be 5 options, and the students can attempt any 4 options to answer those questions. I do understand the limitation that we all face, the crunch of time that we all face in dealing with semester 1. However, we were trying to be, putting the syllabus according to the ideal structure that we have got, that is 15 hours for per unit. So given that, I think that would really ideally fit in our frame of teaching. However, I will discuss this with the committee members and come up with a doable solution to this one. But thank you very much. I appreciate all the inputs that Dr. Farakate has given. Over to you, Mr. Uday. If there are no other questions,
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable views on the paper. So now I would like to introduce Dr. Hemangi Bhagwat ma'am, resource person for paper number 5, English Drama from Shakespeare to the Present. She is an associate professor and head Department of English, K. J. Somaya, College of Science and Commerce, Vidya Vihar. She has 28 years experience of undergraduate and graduate classes, University of Mumbai. She worked as a principal for 3 years in NSS College of Commerce and Economics. She is recognized PhD guide in English literature at University of Mumbai and at Ruia College. Research papers published in reputed journals and presented on theater studies and language teaching, presented at various national and international conferences, including presentations at international conferences. So I would like to request to Dr. Hemangi Bhagwat ma'am to present the paper and her views. Yes, ma'am. Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bhagwat ma'am, please make yourself on speaking mode. You are on mute mode. The organizers, please unmute her. Yes. She is not able to unmute herself. She is requesting to unmute her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay, first of all, let me thank Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairman Board of Studies, for giving me the opportunity in the first place to be a member of this syllabus committee. And also, of course, the Savanpadi college people who have been very particular about having a trial meet, etc. They are taking a lot of efforts, I'm sure, to organize this workshop. So thank you very much. Thanks to also our convener of the committee, Dr. Dattaguru Joshi. I am presenting the syllabus, but he had been the convener for paper 5, English drama from Shakespeare to the present. So we are talking about the significant dramatists since the times of the Shakespeare. Now these are the technicalities which I think I can just run through, because this is more or less same for all the papers. This is structure given to us. We are talking about internal assessment for 40 marks, semester end exam for 60 marks. So this is a rough plan given for the internal assessment. We talk about one test and one assignment. This is the marks division as it is common for all the papers. Now coming to the course, as all of us know, we have been studying English drama. We have been studying Shakespeare at all the times because he's a prolific writer with almost 39 plays written on his name. A writer who has made a mark on overall field of drama, not just in England, all over the world. So we are starting with Shakespeare, although he has been inspired by many writers, and there are claims that he has also borrowed some themes from some writers. But in spite of all that, one has to admire the stagecraft and the way he has portrayed the different characters. So certainly is a significant dramatist. Now, when we design the course, these are the objectives. We want to familiarize the learners with the representative English drama of different ages. We also want to introduce the learners to various theories of drama and enable them to understand the elements of drama and theatre. And so ultimately, they should be able to have a critical niche in analyzing and appreciating the drama. That's what we are aiming for. So unit number 1 talks about the Elizabethan and Jacobean period. Each unit is divided into section A and section B. Section A, we are referring to the background. So here, with the Elizabethan period, you have the background, including the terms like feudalism, social status, printing, literacy, what were the happening in the socio-cultural scenario in that period. We have included that. Then also the different forms, genres, like miracle plays, morality plays, then terms like Renaissance, Humanism, Reformation, Elizabethan stage, the blank verse. Okay, so these are all the terms included in the background. Now these are the representative dramatists of this background. As you can see here, the major dramatists are Thomas Kidd, Christopher Marlowe, George Chapman, John Webster, John Ford, William Shakespeare, of course, Robert Greene, and Thomas Lodge, besides the others. So in unit 1, section B drama, we have William Shakespeare's play, The Merchant of Venice. And the option is Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. Now I think I remember having the meetings for the syllabus framing, and there were debates about which play to choose, because there are so many plays which are very promising, and then everyone has the individual choice also. Finally, it was agreed to have the play The Merchant of Venice, because it is giving several dimensions to study from the student's point of view. So this is a choice made. Then Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, again a very seminal play. So as all of us know, in The Merchant of Venice, we have this story about the large loan provided by the Jewish moneylender. And although it is classified as a comedy, the play is most remembered for the dramatic scenes and the speeches. And it is translated also into many languages and performed all over the world. Then we have Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, which is a tragedy in 5 acts. It retells the story of Faust, the doctor turned necromancer who makes a pact with the devil in order to obtain knowledge and power. And we also have a play on the similar theme by the German playwright Goethe or Dr. Faust. So this is a theme which is appealed to many dramatists all over the world. And in this, this becomes very appealing, although it is written in way back in the Elizabethan period, because it talks a lot about the intellectual ambitions, which could be futile, which could be self-destructive and absurd. So I find this place very relevant even today, not only for the literature students, but even the science students. Whenever we have the inventions in the science, if you just have the intellectual ambitions and if you lack the concern for the society, the social welfare, or concern about your fellow human beings, it can be really self-destructive. So I feel this play is very important, very interesting. Unit 2, we have the restoration period covered. Again, in the background, in section 8, first part, we have the socio-cultural, political, intellectual history. The terms like English Civil War, Restoration, rise of party politics. It is also characterized by age of satire, the Restoration period. As we know, there are many writers using this form. Then there are different forms, genres, movements, which includes neoclassicism, musical comedy, comedy of manners, restoration comedy. And we have significant dramatists of the period, which are listed here. The plays selected are The Way of the World by William Congreve and William Wycherley's The Country Wife. Way of the World, as we know, it's a comedy of manners in 5 acts, which is considered as Congreve's masterpiece. It ridicules the assumptions that govern the society of its time, especially those concerning love and marriage. And we have The Country Wife, which is again a kind of a satire comedy, which satirizes the sexual duplicity of the aristocracy during the reign of Charles II. It is basically popular for the lively characters which are portrayed by Wycherley. And it was, in those days, it was also accused of immorality. Today, of course, today our perspective will be different. Coming to Unit 3, we talk about drama of the 18th and 19th century. As we know, this was a very happening period because we have the Industrial Revolution, we have the French Revolution, the Victorian Age, then we had Darwinism, so Age of Science, we have Victorian compromise and conservatism, the Victorian concepts of morality. As far as the forms and genres are concerned, basically we refer to the aesthetic movements, the representative dramatists. The major ones are Oliver Goldsmith, Henry Fielding, the Tom Jones novel, which is very famous by Henry Fielding, is based on the morality theme basically. Then we have Henry Arthur, G.B. Shaw, the seminal dramatist. So section B talks about the drama of Oliver Goldsmith, She Stoops to Conquer. And the option is Bernard Shaw's Candida. She Stoops to Conquer is a comedy in 5 acts. This mocks the simple morality of sentimental comedies. And the play is a light-hearted farce which derives its charm from the misunderstandings, basically. And even today, I think, most of the farcical comedies, you will find they're using this kind of a format. Here again, while choosing a play by Shaw, there were lots of debates, I remember, because so many plays are appealing, written by George Bernard Shaw. So finally, the play Candida was chosen. This play is again a comedy, which questions the Victorian notions of love and marriage. So this play was again quite making, waves in the period in which Shaw had written it. Those are very bold discussions about the human relationships, especially love and marriage. aspects. Then we come to Unit 4, where we are talking about modernism. So in the background, we have World War First and Second, Marxist ideology, influence of Russian experiment, post-World War developments in literature as they were in all walks of life. Then we talk about the different trends, including existentialism, absurd drama, poetic drama, the movement and features of modernism. Also, we have the postmodernism. The representative dramatists, there's a big list again: T.S. Eliot, Terence Rattigan, Samuel Beckett, John Osborne, Harold Pinter, Wesker, Delany, Robert Bolt. Now, this we are not included in the syllabus, but I felt this was important. Abolition of theatre censorship in 1968. This was a setting, you can say, trend, which revolutionized the British theatre as a part of socio-cultural transformation. Besides the themes, even the way a theatre was made, it was challenged totally. This was very recent, of course, from 1968 we are talking about. So in the section B, we have chosen, sorry, Shellac Delany's A Taste of Honey. And the option is T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral. This is the first play by Delany when she was barely 19, which was premiered at Royal Theatre Royal Stratford East in 1958. This questioned class, race, gender, and sexual orientation in the mid-20th century Britain. So this was a kind of revolutionizing revolutionizing play, I would say, as far as the British theatre in those times was concerned. Then we have Murder in the Cathedral, drama by T.S. Eliot, which was written in slightly earlier times than Delany, in 1935. It is a modern miracle play on the martyrdom of St. Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury, and I think it is an all-time classic, and one can appreciate it even in the contemporary times because the themes of the conflict are valid at all the times, the themes of conflict between the religious power and the political power. Now, this is a play we have not included in the syllabus, but I just came across it and I felt it could be used for assignment, etc. When it comes to giving assignments, I feel one can really be creative for the internal assignments, and one can go slightly outside the boundary of the syllabus probably and make the students aware. Also, wherever possible, we can also show them the visuals. Some of the plays are performed and you do have the videos available. I remember while teaching Ibsen's Doll's House to the MA students, I did show them the videos made of the play and the movie, and the students gave very good response, because we do appreciate drama as a literary genre, no doubt. But at the same time, you can also make students aware of the potentials when it is staged as theatre, because finally it is meant for the audiences, I believe. So this was a play by Arnold Wesker. Shylock began life as Merchant of Venice in 1976. This was basically in response to the two productions of Merchant of Venice, out of which one was by Laurence Olivier. I remember, I don't remember the second one. So here he's totally changing the perspective, and the character of Shylock also comes in a different perspective altogether. He shows Shylock as a very learned person, and then he has friendship with Antonio, which Wesker shows like friendship across cultural differences can be proposed. And then Shylock doesn't want to have any bond while lending money. So Wesker's Shylock is totally opposite to what we know in Merchant of Venice. So he is refusing to have a bond, and just in a jovial mode, they make that the nonsense bond, which talks about the pound of flesh, etc., what we know. And when Antonio cannot repay, Shylock suggests that you break the bond, but Antonio is the one who asserts, I want to follow the law, and then he files a legal case. And so Shylock is disturbed, and so he becomes stubborn, seeing this double standards, etc. So this is a twist given by Wesker. Coming back to the rules about external internal assessment, I think by now all of us are familiar with it. Now we are saying that the questions in the external assessment are to be asked only on section B. So no separate questions to be asked on section A. However, we have said internal test and SEM exam both should be based on section B. But for the assignment, you may initiate the students to look into the background, because you can see there are so many important events what we have included in the background literature, like the World War or other things. So how this makes an impact on grammar, because finally literature is a product of the society, as is reflected in any great work of art. You find the resonances of the socio-political scenario. So maybe you can make the students more aware about these backgrounds, and an assignment can be based on that instead of making it a repetition, again writing on the text. But I think this is left to the individual teachers as far as the assignment part is concerned. You can also make them write a proper research paper using the research methodology, so they can be prepared in case they take up any research in future. So this is left totally to the imagination of the teachers, basically. Yeah, so these are some references what we have given. The major reference books you can say, and there can be many more, of course. Most of the books are available. I myself referred to many of these books on theatre. So this was our committee, syllabus committee. Dr. Dattaguru Joshi was the convener. Myself, then Dr. Shweta Selian, and Professor Paik Rao, and Deepak Singh Vijay Sindhia, professor from Shahpur College. This was our committee. Yes, thank you very much. So if somebody has any questions, you are free to ask. I think Dr. Farakate has raised hand. Yes, sir, please. I think the organizers need to unmute him. Right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I can see one Madhumati also has raised hand.
No, ma'am, I think they were raised their hands for last previous presentation.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Fine. So if you are done, I think
Yeah.
person can take over then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now we move to the next presentation. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Kishan Pawar sir, resource person for paper number 6, English fiction from before to the present. He is presently working as associate professor at Department of English, MD College, Mumbai. He is also well-known writer. So I request to Dr. Kishan Pawar sir to present his paper and share views.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. and I'm audible too. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Sorry. I am going to share with you the paper, the syllabus on from Daniel Defoe to the present. The title of the paper is English Fiction from Daniel Defoe to the present. And the paper number is paper 6. This is also a core course, and the paper code is PAENG 202. And as the credit structure, etc., is the same. Again, 15 lectures per unit, and number of lectures per week are 4. And the same structure, question number 4 questions, 15 marks each, and 60-40 structure. We have this syllabus committee. Dr. Bariram Gaikwad was the convener. Then Madhavi Nikam ma'am was there. Vinita Matthew madam was there. And Kishan Pawar, that's me. And Prerna Jadhav also was there in the group of syllabus setting committee. On behalf of all these and the Board of Studies, the chairperson, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, I am presenting this syllabus here for your kind perusal. This is what we have the understanding and philosophy behind this paper. The novel is realistic prose fiction in such a way that it can demonstrate its relation to real life. The Industrial Revolution can be said paved the way to the rise of the middle class, and it also created a demand for people's desire for reading subjects related to their everyday experiences. Here, their everyday experiences was their representation, them as the hero of the novels for the first time in the history of British literature. Before that, common man was not introduced as the hero of the narrative literature. If you see the literatures written earlier, the common man was not, that way focused upon. But due to the rise of the middle class and the working class, this started happening for the first time. This paved way for the origin and development of the genre called novel. The course, the English Fiction from Daniel Defoe to the present, aims to familiarize the students with the development of English fiction from Daniel Defoe to the present, that is 21st century. Present includes 21st century. It offers a thorough introduction to the essential genres of novel, then trends and movements in writing, and different novelists across major periods in literary history, of course, the British history, from Daniel Defoe to the present times. Through extensive reading and writing, the course would develop students' ability to place the literary texts in the wider intellectual and historical contexts. And with this, I move to the course objectives that have been finalized to provide a comprehensive view of the origin and development of the British fiction from the beginning, that is Defoe, to the present day, and then to familiarize them with the forms, genres, movements, as well as respective representative novelists of each age. Then to enable the students to identify and analyze a literary text in its historical, socio-cultural, political, and intellectual contexts. Then contextualize the text and develop appreciation of other cultures and ways of life. Here, with this fourth objective, I think we can focus on giving them the topics for research writing, presentations, which have 10 marks, the internal internal examinations. Here we can give them the topics for research writing, and this is what we actually mean to put this. By the end of this course, the students would be able to demonstrate their knowledge about the style of writing of the novelists that prevailed during the particular age which they represent. And they also would be able to engage critically with a range of novelists' writings and would be able to analyze and interpret any given novel in a wider context. And this also would enhance their sensitivity towards life on the whole. Here is a little note for the teachers. Teachers are expected here to refer to section A as a context while teaching texts in section B. And though they have to use it as a context or reference or background, here is a danger that lies, and we the teachers should remember this. If you remember, dear friends, in earlier structures, the background was compulsory for the students. There were questions asked on the background of the syllabus. And the question number 1 was almost on the background itself. Here, what is happening this time is we have given this completely up to the students to study on their own, which may make them tend to escape from the study of this background. So we have to take care of this so that the students should not completely ignore the study, because it is not going to be asked in the exams. So it is better to avoid to tell the students in the beginning that on section A, there would be no questions in the exam, and only section B would be having the questions in the exam. If you tell this in the very first lecture, the students will cut this part off from the syllabus and they will only concentrate on the prescribed texts. So that danger always is there. So please keep in the mind before teaching this paper. Tell them that section A will be asked in the internal exams, and section A is equally important. And this is, tell them this is more important than the second part, because this part is going to be examined in the internals, as well as this is going to help them to pass SET and NET exams and other competitive, exams. Then there is a possibility they will take this seriously. So that is what I wanted to share. Our students have their approach to look towards the syllabus. They cut the most possible part of the syllabus and they choose the least possible, texts for the study. I think somebody is, Sneha Gandhi is scribbling on the, Sneha Gandhi, madam, please take care. There is something happening on your screen. I think by mistake you have shared your screen. Sneha Gandhi, Sucheta Gandhi, sorry. Sucheta Gandhi, yeah. So please, this is actually hiding my texts. I'm not able to read it. Yeah. Then we have separate questions based on section A, and that are not able to ask to be asked in the semester end exam. Internal test semester end exam questions should be based on only B. That is already shared with you all by my earlier presenters. I don't know, this is something very scary that is put here by Sucheta Gandhi, madam. Please clear your screen, madam. Stop sharing your screen. Then only this, will go from here. The other part is the unit 1, that is default to romantic fiction. Default to romantic fiction, we have this background: socio-cultural, political, and intellectual history of ideas, the union of the Parliament, Scotland, and England in 1707 to form a single kingdom of Great Britain, the Battle of Culloden, the new British identity, the anti-Scottish sentiment, and the multinational voices. This was actually the forming of the Britain, which is very, very essential to understand the future of colonization and imperialism worldwide, and the place of England in the world politics. So this has to be, I think, discussed also in the classroom. Then forms and literary trends of Gothic novel, that is what we have to share. And we have mentioned here the writers like Defoe, Aphra Behn, Samuel Richardson, Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, and Henry Fielding, etc. So that is what has to be focused on as far as the background is concerned. Then we have the texts prescribed here in Unit 1. There are two texts we have chosen: Robinson Crusoe of Daniel Defoe, that was published in 1719, and then 1818, almost 100 years later, there was that giant fiction was written by Mary Shelley, Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus. This is what you have to study, and for Unit 1. Please note that I have shared the texts of all these, the files, soft files of all the texts, 8 texts prescribed for this paper, with Naik Madam as well as Dr. Nikam sir on their emails. So they will be sharing these texts with you later on. And I have shared all these 8 texts, which have some critical commentary as well as the whole texts. Then we have Unit 2, that is 19th century fiction. And the A part is socio-cultural, political, and intellectual history of ideas, restoration and its impact on literature, rise of prose and fiction, rise of social novel, industrialization, Reform Act of 1832, politics, and novel of satire, Darwinism, age of science, age of faith, and doubt, the Victorian dilemma, Victorian compromise and conservatism, the Victorian concept of morality, form, genres, movements, age of political satire, literary realism, supernatural and fantastic fiction. And then representative novelists of this age also have to be studied. And they are Bronte sisters, George Eliot, Jane Austen, Thomas Hardy, Elizabeth Gaskell, Samuel Richardson, Galsworthy. All of them were not able, to be possible to be prescribed, of course. So we have tried to present the best of that age so that the students can have the best possible view of that age. And here are the most popular texts of that era. One was written by Emily Bronte, Wuthering Heights, and the other is from Thomas Hardy, Tales of d'Urberville, that was published in 1891. And these both the texts are the masterpieces of that age, and the students, of course, can study both of them, and it's better to tell them to decide which question they should try to write in exam. They should decide this in the hall of the exam itself, because having 8 texts for 100 marks, the whole semester is not a big deal for them. And as you also must be knowing, most of the students come to MA English from commerce and science. If you have observed in earlier years too, their English language itself is so very good, and it's very fun to, it's very interesting thing to know that these students are always proved to be the better performance even in the examinations, if they get the proper guidance of the background, etc. And such students, of course, we can support and encourage them to study, to read, and to present the papers on both the texts. If they're preparing Wuthering Heights, for example, for the theory paper, they can prepare Tales of the d'Urberville for internal presentation, or from the other text of Thomas Hardy from the same era. So that is, of course, up to the teacher, and it is better that he should decide it himself. Then we have unit number 3, and by this we have touched 20th century. And here is again a different politics, different international, we can say complicated politics with the rise of UN and the world wars and the impact of the world wars on the science and humanities, the social sciences, and then the rise of modernism and the science fiction, the metafiction, the magical realism, and then interior monologues, Oedipus, Oedipus complex that was used in literature, and then psychological novels, stream of consciousness, graphic fiction. These are the new, completely new and modern and very, very large areas where the teachers also, of course, have to work very hard to give a very crispy and clear view of this, picture of 20th century, because this is where actually the 21st century's politics began. We can see the seeds of 21st century were sown in this particular politics. So the novelists like H.G. Wells, James Joyce, Virginia Woolf, E.M. Forster, Joseph Conrad, they have to be focused. They have to be. I personally felt so sorry that I could not, prescribe any text from Joseph Conrad and other, of course, paper setters too, syllabus setters too, because it's not possible to touch all the, writers. All of them were the gems of and gems and literary giants, we can say. So in 20th century, we have Lord of the Flies and The English Patient. The first was published in 1954. The other was 1992. And this Michal Ondaje, the pronunciation is given down there in the brackets, but due to this disturbance on the screen that has happened from Gandhi madam's screen, so I'm not able to read that. I don't know whether you are able to see this. And I think madam has forgotten to clear her screen. So anyways, the pronunciation is given below there, Michal Ondaje, and you can read it like that because the spelling Ondaatze may disturb the readers. Therefore, I gave that spelling down there, the pronunciation down there. We come to unit number 4, the last one, and the background has socio-cultural, political, intellectual, globalization. This new term globalization, of course, became more prominent in 21st century, as you know, and then age of social media, adaptations, traditional movements, all together a new age, a new world, a new life, we can say. And we are lucky to have, the experiences of both mid 19th century life and, the early 21st century life. Our students should benefit from our experiences too. And the trends of and movements of digital literatures, and then revolution in communication technology, short fiction or microfiction, as we say, and we can give them the examples, of microfiction, short fiction, like the writers, Paulo Coelho has written a book. I remember it's Flowing Like River is a microfiction, just half a page, a quarter a page experiences, and they stand in themselves and independent experiences. So as we mention this microfiction or short fiction, we can refer to that, but of course in only the background, and nothing is prescribed for the theory questions as such from that, because for theory questions for 60 marks, we have David Mitchell, Cloud Atlas, and Sarah Waters, Little Stranger. These are the two texts we have chosen from 21st century, the first decade. And as in the second decade of 21st century, we already have finished the second decade too. We didn't find any prominent text as such to be presented, because not only the text, there has to be some study material also available on the text. Then only we can think of presenting that or prescribing that. Here is the rough structure that is already shared by other teacher colleagues of mine before this. 10 marks for research paper, 5 marks for written assignment or research paper. Yeah, that is a presentation, the 10 marks internal assignments, 5 marks research paper, 5 marks for his viva voce based on that research paper, and then 20 marks for chosen from background. This will be internal test as the other papers are following. We have 4 questions of 15 marks each on each unit. Here is another danger that we, the teachers, have to keep in mind. I don't know, we have not mentioned this in any paper. I have not heard also this before. But if I were the student to prepare these papers, for example, Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, and Unit 4, there are 2 texts in each unit. Now, why would I prepare the other text if there is clear-cut mention that each question would be on each unit? So I'll prepare only 4 texts and that's it. 4 texts and 60 marks and 1 topic in background, that's all. That is a very cheap deal actually for the post-graduation courses. So here the teachers can just tell orally to the students that do not take it for granted that the question would be only asked on Unit 1. That is, when it is said Unit 1, question number 1, it could be in comparison with other unit as well. For example, the text prescribed in Unit 1 can be asked with the text prescribed in Unit 2 also. It is not mentioned. This is between you and me, the teachers, between us, amongst us. Let us not tell the students. If the students get this message, the students on the very first day will just tick mark the texts they are going to prepare as short as possible. And all we want, the teachers want, is the students should read more, should prepare more, should be ready more, and should be ready, the future ready rather, which we can say. So these are the things we have to keep in mind while sharing these texts, the classes with them. And this is all from my side. And here is one slide that was missed. Texts of the prescribed novels to be shared after the presentation, I have said here, but they have already been shared with Naik Madam's email and Dr. Sudhir Nikam's email. So please, sir and madam, you can share these texts with the concerned teachers and the colleges where they can share these texts on the very first day with the students. Students can print them and start reading. So thank you very much, everyone, for this patient listening. And I'm ready to take the questions if you have. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Okay, sir, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to the next paper. Paper number 7, Literary Theory, Post World War II. So I would like to introduce Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar ma'am, resource person for paper number 7, Literary Theory, Post World War II. She is presently working as an associate professor, Department of English, Manjunath College of Commerce, Thane district. So I request to Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar ma'am to present a paper and share views. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let me share my screen. Second. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Clearly visible.
Yeah. So very good afternoon to every one of you. I'm sure all of you are very hungry and everybody is looking forward to the lunch. And therefore, I'll not take up much of your time. I'm sure all of you must have gone through the syllabus. So here is a quick recap. The paper is Literary Theory, Post-World War II, paper 7. This is prescribed for MA Part 1, SEM 2 from this year onwards. So this is for the online workshop held at S.P.K.M Mahavidyalaya. This presentation is by me. I don't know how you are. Okay. So very quickly, the convener, Dr. Rajesh Karankal sir, Head Department of English, University of Mumbai. How do I remove this? Okay, I'll put it here. And then the members of this syllabus framing committee, Ms. Rehana Vadagama, Assistant Professor, Maharashtra College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai. Dr. Manisha Patil, Assistant Professor, Guru Nanak College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai. Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar, Associate Professor, Karnataka Sanghas Manjunath College of Commerce. Dr. Vidya Prem Kumar, Head Department of English, Mithibai College, Mumbai. So thank you, team, for this literary theory paper. And how do I remove this? 1 minute.
Is there any red line on your screen, madam?
No, there is no red line, sir. But this mute, stop video, participants, this is there. How do I remove this?
No, this is because some other participant teachers are, I think, sharing their screen. Even during my presentation, there was.
I think then, yeah, they should stop sharing
Teachers,
it.
if you are listening, all of you, please see if
but the screen is visible, right?
Yeah, screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the preamble, literary criticism is a study of literary theory and criticism, wherein works and ideas of prominent theorists are used as critical lenses to read and understand literature, art, and culture. The multiple viewpoints and schools of thought enable the reader to tease out the varied layers of a literary text. Placed within the socio-cultural, economic, and political context, the study and application of these theories can enlighten us about the aesthetics and politics of the reading, writing, interpretative processes, and explore the links between life and literature. That's the preamble. The course objectives. There are 5 course objectives which we have laid out to introduce the learners to a wide range of critical methods and literary theories, to enhance their analytical, interpretative, and critical skills, to enable them to use the various critical approaches and literary theories in the analysis of literary and cultural texts, to make them aware of the trends and cross-disciplinary nature of literary theories. I'll have to keep working on this. And the last one, the 5th one, is to acquaint them with the conventions of research papers. After the course objectives, I come to the course outcomes. And after this course, the learners will develop an awareness of the varied critical methods and literary theories. The second is they'll be able to analyze, interpret, and criticize literary texts. The third, they'll be able to apply the varied critical approaches and literary theories in exploring the multiple viewpoints of the literary text. Then the fourth, they'll become aware of the trends and cross-disciplinary nature of literary theories. And the last, they'll become acquainted with the conventions of writing research papers. And with this, we come to the pattern which all have repeated, but I would like to reinforce it once again. This is for semester 2, 6 credits, 60
Sushila
lectures.
ma'am.
Yes?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to disturb you in between. Your only introductory slide is being seen on the screen, and the Department of
So that's why I
English
said what is happening.
Yeah.
That's why I said, is it
Department
visible?
of
I
English,
asked.
Department of English, please stop sharing your slide, because
Yes, yes,
yeah,
You
now it
share.
has come. Now it has come. So please, that is what I was trying to tell you. Be very sure that something is not happening on your side, because the presenter is getting
Is it
constantly
visible
disturbed because
now?
of that. Now it is visible.
Is
Yeah,
it
please go
visible?
ahead.
yes, yes.
Yes,
Now
yes,
it is
100%.
Okay. So I have gone through this, so I'll not repeat. This is the preamble. I'll not repeat it once again because you must have heard it. The course objectives: to introduce learners to a wide range of critical methods and literary theories, to enhance their analytical, interpretative, and critical skills, to enable them to use the various critical approaches and literary theories in the analysis of literary and cultural texts, to make them aware of the trends and cross-disciplinary nature of literary theories, to acquaint them with the conventions of research papers. Was the slide visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So the next is course outcomes. And in the course outcomes, again, at the end of the course, the learners will develop an awareness of the varied critical methods and literary theories. They will be able to analyze, interpret, and criticize literary texts. They will be able to apply the varied critical approaches and literary theories in exploring the multiple viewpoints of the literary text. They will become aware of the trends and cross-disciplinary nature of literary theories. And the last, they'll become acquainted with the conventions of writing research papers. Now we come to the actual part. This must have been repeated, but let me quickly say: semester 2, credit 6, lecture 60, marks 100. The format as given by the University of Mumbai, title of the unit. There are 4 units. Part A consists of terms and concepts. Part B consists of critical essays and the evaluation pattern, internal pattern, and semester end exam. 40 marks internal, 60 marks semester end, 2 questions for internal, and 20 marks each. There can be a written assignment or a research paper and internal test. Then semester end exam, we have 4 questions, 15 marks each, and it will be essay type, 1 from each unit, 1 out of 2. That will be 15 marks each. The next is, I am going to share about the 4 units. So literary theory, unit 1, it is structuralism, post-structuralism, and deconstruction. And in that, we have unit 1, the terms and concepts are text and writing écriture, sign, signifier and signified, lang and parole, transcendental signified, aporia, difference, and discourse. And the critical essays which have been prescribed, all of these essays are from Modern Criticism and Theory, a reader. So the first is Roland Barthes, The Death of the Author. Second, Jacques Derrida, Structure, Sign and Play in the Discourse of the Human Sciences. And 3, Jean Baudrillard, Simulacra and Simulations. This is of unit 1. Then unit 2, it is based on gender studies, subaltern studies, and psychoanalysis. And in this, the terms and concepts which have been prescribed are as follows: gender, masculinity, femininity, phagocentric discourse, gynocriticism, subaltern, hybridity, id, ego, and superego, Oedipus complex, sublimation, symbolism. And the critical essays which have been prescribed are Judith Butler's Subjects of Sex, Gender, and Desire from Gender Trouble, Gayatri Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak, and Juliet Michel's Femininity, Narrative, and Psychoanalysis. Then we come to unit 3, and in unit 3, it is reader response criticism, Marxism, and new historicism. And the terms and concepts which have been prescribed here are phenomenology, implied reader, affective stylistics, interpretative communities, base and superstructure, ideology, hegemony, political unconscious, circulation, context, culture, history, and narrative. And the critical essays which have been prescribed are Stanley Fish's Interpreting the Verodium. This is from Modern Criticism and Theory, a reader. Frederick Jameson's The Politics of Theory, Ideological Positions in the Postmodernism Debate, again from Modern Criticism and Theory, a reader. Stephen Greenblatt's Resonance and Wonder, From Learning to Curse. So the next unit is Unit 4, and this is about post-colonialism, eco-criticism, and techno-criticism. And in that, the terms and concepts which have been prescribed are colonialism, Orientalism, hybridity, subaltern, anthropocentrism, and ecocentrism, pastoralism, ecofeminism, scientific progress, techno-ethics, Afrofuturism, science fiction, space opera, cyberpunk, and biopunk. And the critical essays which have been prescribed are Gareth Griffith and Helen Tiffin's Cutting the Ground, From the Empire Writes Back, Cheryl Glotfelty's Literary Studies in an Age of Environmental Crisis, from the Eco-Criticism Reader, and Donna Haraway's A Cyborg Manifesto, Science, Technology, and Socialist Feminism in the Late 20th Century. This is from Simeon, Cyborgs and Women, The Reinvention of Nature. So these are the 4 units which have been prescribed. And then the evolution pattern, internal assessment, I'm just reinforcing 40 marks. Certain things which have been prescribed are they can have an analytical session where they can do content analysis of literary theories, and this can be decided by the department center wherever the course has been offered. The students can make class presentation on the various theories and literary approaches. They can also do book review of theories and criticism. They can go to journals and books, pick up an article and do an article review. They can participate in a seminar. They can also write research papers. In internal evaluation, they have one written assignment or research paper of 20 marks. The topics have to be taken in consultation with the teacher. So 10 marks for that. Presentation on the written assignment or research paper, 5 marks. Viva voce based on the written assignment or research paper, 5 marks. And all the topics have to be chosen from the background section A only. Then there will be an internal test of 20 marks, and this will be based on the text given in section B, 1 out of the 3 texts or 3 questions. Then the semester end pattern, 60 marks, and here there'll be 4 questions of 15 marks each. All will be essay type questions. Unit 1, 1 out of 2, Unit 2, 1 out of 2, and Unit 3, 1 out of 2, Unit 4, 1 out of 2, 15 marks each. I just have prepared a mind map for understanding the evaluation pattern. I'm sure all of you know this completely well now after all those presentations. But internal evaluation, the suggested type are all these: analytical session, class presentation, book review, article review, seminar participation, writing research papers. And the internal total marks that are allotted for internal pattern is 40 marks. The number of questions that we are going to ask will be 2 marks, will be 20 marks each. The type will be writing a research paper or written assignment, 10 marks for the topic. Presentation 5 marks, and viva voce 5 marks. Then there is also going to be an internal test based on section B that will be 20 marks. Semester end examination, total marks, this will be 60. The time allotted will be 2 hours. The questions asked will be optional, and in that option it will be 1 out of 2. The number of questions will be total 4 questions. The marks for each question will be 15, and the type of questions which will be asked are essay type, and it will be Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4, 1 out of 2. This will be of 15 marks. So this is the evaluation pattern at one glance with the help of a mind map. Then I come to the references which I've already given. These are the books that the committee has suggested, and there are certain additional websites, and these websites offer insights into the issues and problems associated with teaching of literary theory. And I found, I'm sure all the teachers must be referring to this, Purdue OWL, their writing lab is of great use. So I'm sure you can refer to these. And in short, I say thank you very much to Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, Chairperson, to our convener, Dr. Rajesh Karankal, and HOD English Department, University of Mumbai, our team, Vidya Prem Kumar, Rehana Vadagama, and Manisha Patil, to Pancham Raj Mahavidyalaya, and most importantly, to the participant teacher colleagues who have participated in this since 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much. With this, I end.
Thank you, ma'am. So we move to the next paper, paper number 8, English in use and usage. It is great pleasure for me to invite Dr. Sachin Labdesar to present his paper and share views.
झालं हो हो नाही नाही कोणाला तरी कोणाकडनं घेऊन आले
Yeah, just give me 1 minute to adjust my screen.
Okay, sir. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, two very horrifying questions. Am I visible and audible? And is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Clearly
Thank
visible,
you.
sir. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, so once again, thank you, sir, for briefly introducing me. And I can understand this is the last presentation, so it has, you know, pain and pleasure together. The pain of standing us for the last 3 to 4 hours, and pleasure of the fact that it's going to get over in, you know, some time. And I promise to all my colleagues that I will not take more than 10 minutes to this presentation. Just a moment. I think I have now hang off my screen. Yes. So once again, thank you, sir. And I wish, like, my participating colleagues, you know, from various colleges did not have to listen to one person twice. So I wish them all the best to stand me once again for at least next 10 minutes. And so the paper that now I'm going to discuss is paper 8, titled Language Use and Usage. It has been designed as a continuation of paper 4. That is, the earlier paper focuses on the textual understanding of language, along with the other concepts that we already discussed, while this paper focuses on the contextual aspect of the key phrase which is used in the title, that is use and usage. See, one of the highlights of this paper or this course is that it brings an interdisciplinary perspective in the study of language to the table. Subfields such as pragmatics and stylistics focus on different aspects of speech, interaction, and variation in language, both according to the use and user. Theories of how language functions in a context contribute to a better understanding of the usage of language. Moreover, an understanding of the factors that cause variation in language, as well as the parameters of appropriacy, is essential in appreciating the field, mode, and speech community specific use of language. So with these intentions that we have designed this particular course, and the learning experience, like we already talked about the learning experience in the previous paper, in this paper also we are expecting the learners to demonstrate an understanding of English language with socio-linguistic perspective and have an understanding of how the meaning of language is shaped in its interactional context. Also, the learners should be able to show a critical understanding of the native and non-native varieties of English, and appreciate the use of English or English use in very varied context with a historical perspective on English in India. I know it's like, again, it is a collection of a lot of, or it's a baggage of a lot of ideas together. But what is very interesting about this paper is that it brings, socio-linguistic and pragmatic to play a very important role in understanding English language. Okay, so quickly I'll take you to the unit number 1, that is pragmatics, which focuses on the very field of pragmatics and how it deals with the nature of language. Something that we began talking about in the previous session, that is semantics. So here we will revisit the idea of semantics, but in the context of pragmatics, that how these two fields contribute to meaning making and how it is important for the students to understand the notions of pragmatics and notions of semantics for a better understanding and appreciation of use of language, whether it is literary or non-literary. And then there are 3 very important theories that need to be introduced to the students, that is speech act theory, cooperative principles, and politeness principles, for which we suggest these books, Pushpinder Sial's book on Introduction to English Linguistics, then George Yule, which I have referred to even in the earlier presentation. Jeffrey Leach's English Grammar for Today has a very interesting section on especially the registral variation of language, the field, mode, and domain. These aspects are dealt with with simplicity and with examples. So this would be very helpful for the faculty members as well as for the students to understand these notions. Plus we have, Jeffrey Leach has this book on principles of pragmatics, which I've shared with all the members through the folder, and Brown and Levinson's book on pragmatics. Then as far as Unit 2 is concerned, its focus is on sociolinguistics and varieties according to user. Especially the focus will be on genre, not from the literature point of view, but genre from linguistic point of view, which actually talks about the speech conventions that we follow in society, whether these are written conventions or spoken conventions, but how these conventions determine certain features of the language that we use, and genre plays a very important role in making us understand this, for which John Swell's book genre analysis can be very useful, and we are sharing the notes on that. Register, that is variety according to the use, is what will be the focus, and style, that is on the scale of formality, how language is used, whether it is in written or spoken, but mainly on the spoken aspect, and the features of language according to the scale of formality. So these would be the focus in Unit 2. And again, for this, the books which we have suggested or the recommended reading which we have is Marian Merov's Introduction to Social Linguistics, George Yule, The Study of Language, then Spolsky's Introduction to Sociolinguistics again, and third, Gil Peter has written a very interesting essay on standard, what is standard and what is not standard language. So these will certainly help the colleagues and also the students to prepare for this particular unit. The third unit will focus on the varieties of English, which is sort of addition to the kind of understanding that they have had of English, the students or the learners had of English language. And important concepts, that is of standard English and non-standard English. Then native and non-native varieties of English, the very process of standardization, English specific Pidgin and Creoles, and the idea of what we call the global English or world English is what will be the focus in the discussion, for which again David Crystal is an important source. Schneider Edgar, who has come up with a very interesting model of post-colonial Englishes, talks about the process of standardization. And then you also have Jenkins, Jennifer, and George Yule, and David Crystal's another book that is English as a Global Language. So these would certainly help us to engage learners with in exploring the different aspects of English from the variety point of view or variation point of view. This unit also prepares students for the next unit, that is English in India, where the focus is mainly on the historical development of English language in India, which will also in a way complement some of the courses that we have for the students, that is post-independence English in India or English literature in India. This will really help them to kind of gear up and get a better background. So history of English in pre-independence India, then the status and development of English in sorry, it should be post-independence. That's my mistake. I'm really sorry. Post-independence India. Then English in India from its politics, multiculturalism, and literature point of view. So this will give a broad perspective of how English has, what kind of significance and what kind of status that English language has in India in the present context. And lastly, we will be bringing the very aspect of Indianization of English. That is, I have avoided, or the committee has avoided using the term Indian English for the number of reasons, and focus more on the process of Indianization of English, the features and structures of English in India, in the sense, what are the phonological and syntactic features of English language that is spoken by Indians. So that would be the last aspect of Unit 4, that is English in India, and for which Krishna Swamy would be very interesting read, which talks about the story of English in India. The Jayabrata Mukherjee's article I have shared, which talks about the development of English in India. And Sumana Bandapadhyay also does it, but she does it from a literature point of view. She analyzes literary text to see the language use of English by Indian writers. And last, Jean Binu, who has written very interesting book called Entry Only from Backside. So that book actually brings in the politics and culture of using English in India. These are only a few texts which I have mentioned here, but the list is longer than this, and I'm sure that with the access to internet, we are able to get better hang of these topics through the material that is available either online or offline. I'll quickly take you to the internal assessment, which is for 40 marks. And we have talked about the structure of this assessment in the earlier session. I will not repeat that. I'll focus mainly on the topics that we have suggested. And again, here, our focus is mainly on the practical component, that how we can engage learners in the practical or in the application of the theories that they have studied in Unit 1 or Unit 2 or also Unit 3. Here only for this example, I've shared a few, or only for explanation, I've shared a few examples. That is the study of speech acts in a selected text. Now, this selected text could be a literary text like a play, or it could be, a commercial ad, or it could be, it could be a debate on a channel. So it could be anything that the students can easily relate to, and does not necessarily have to restrict themselves to only literary text. So similarly, this can be applied to observation and violation of cooperative principles, and that they can apply it to any text that they find interesting and analyze it. The study of face and politeness strategies in the selected text, comparative analysis of two registral varieties in English could be something like, comparing sports register with media register or academic register with science register. So this could engage learners in understanding how language varies in terms of grammar, in terms of vocabulary, in terms of usage in these varieties, and for which we have the model of the model that is offered in Jeffrey Leach's book that we are referring, that English Grammar for Today. So these are some of the aspects, and the last one, the last suggestion, that is the study of specific features or issues in one of the non-native varieties of English. Again, it gives ample scope for the students to explore the non-native varieties, such as Sri Lankan English or Nepali English or even Pakistani English. How these varieties have certain issues or these varieties have certain features. So this engagement, it guarantees the kind of engagement which is required on the part of the learners. So that's as far as the internal assessment is concerned. I think the distribution we have discussed, and Dr. Sushila has given amazing presentation on this. So I don't really want to repeat and spoil the beauty of the presentation that she has made. I'll quickly move to the last one. Here, the only change that we have made in the question paper pattern compared to the earlier one, that earlier in the sense, paper 4, is that we have kept all the questions in the same structure, that is essay type questions. So any 2 questions could be answered, any 1 question can be answered out of 2, 15 marks. I won't explain this further, but I promise if I could give more, if we could come up with sample questions for a better understanding of how we can deal with these topics in the classroom, so that I can guarantee on behalf of the committee members. Yeah, so that's all from my side. Thank you very much. I promise that I would keep my presentation brief, so I hope I have stood by my word. Thank you. So over to you, sir, Uday.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your presentation. So now I'm here for the final vote of thanks. So it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for the workshop on behalf of our college and department, to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Her Highness Rani Sahib Srimanta Sau Shubhada Devi K.M. Sawant Bhosle, Chairman, SZSP Mandal Sawantwadi. I mention my deepest sense of appreciation and would place on record my hearty thanks to BOS Chairperson Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir to give us this golden opportunity. We are very grateful to resource persons Dr. Deepa Mishra ma'am, Dr. Seema Sharma ma'am, Dr. Pramod Patil sir, Dr. Sachin Labde sir, Dr. Hemangi Bhagwat ma'am, Dr. Kisan Pawar sir, Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar ma'am, for their valuable insight about the subjects. I would also very thankful to our principal, who always encourage and motivate us. I especially thankful to the people who have been the backbone of this event, our technical team, especially Professor Nikum sir from our college. So once again, we are very thankful to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
We share a link for feedback form in chat box for e-certificates. So once again, thank you. बोलते हैं
Hello, sir. Hello, Nikam, sir.
हा, कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन मॅडम.
Thank you, sir.
एकदम मस्त, छान झाला
Thank you, sir.
वर्कशॉप.
थँक्यू
म्हणजे
सर.
असं वाटलं नाही की हे काय ऑनलाईन इव्हेंट आहे,
बरोबर.
ऑफलाईन पेक्षाही चांगलं झालं.
Thank you, sir.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू.
थँक्यू सर, किरामणी सर.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर. परत आता संधी द्या मला पुन्हा.
आता नाही, आता आराम करा आणि ते दोघांचे तुमच्या गाईडशिपचं बघा लवकर.